Hi, Ryan. Welcome in. Thank you for checking in. We're starting way early today, 2 p.m. How early? No work today, so figured let's get live. We're gonna play Pokopia, naturally. Since we're obsessed with it. We have gotten light. We have unlocked a few things, gotten pretty far. We're on to Pewter City. And hopefully we can keep unlocking some stuff to continue with planning our zoo. It's official. Justin is making a Pokopia zoo, and how we're going to organize it is by environment. And I kind of just want them to live in the wild. Somebody was grieving me about not having houses for my Pokemon. But who needs a house? Also, I learned why I can't make a house. And it's because I was trying to make my house too big. So we officially have houses in the wastelands and at the beach because they finally can be a house. And I'll show you guys once we load in here. Um, and we'll just get started. We're gonna have Cam on today, which I haven't seen you guys in a while. Oh, we should turn my light on. Hello. Yeah, let's just get this started. I'm gonna turn this music off. So Hemlock Springs, the album's kind of been on repeat for so much time. Let's get started. And we're officially in Pewter City. Oh, my audio's all discombobulated. Well, what now? My screen crashed. My whole PC crashed, by the way. Sorry guys. My whole PC crashed. Refresh, refresh. I don't know if my stream was open this whole time, but thank you, babe, for coming in and checking in. Maybe you can do it again. Anyway, this is the. We're just gonna get started because stream just crashed on us, but we're here. We vibing. This is the new area we're in. This is Pewter City. We've already unlocked a few characters here. Um, all right. Babe, thanks again for checking in, and thanks, we have a lot to accomplish in this new land. Okay, nice. We've also unlocked the ability to finally make that moss. And we're just gonna keep destroying this stuff. All this volcanic ash. I think if we eat something, it'll help us be strong. Part of this game is really clean up. The Chokes home is it? I think that's a spawn. Wait, is this a spawn? It is a spawn. Who is it? Lotad, let's go. The water's so tasty. Hi there, nice to meet you. Are you here for a drink of water? I was so thirsty until I found this place. Well, I hope you're not thirsty anymore. I've definitely found out where I want to live. Nice. We got Lotad. Leaf on its head is naturally dirt. Repellent. Will stay clean even after transporting Pokemon that are covered in mud. Nice. We can move objects now with strength, which is incredible because we didn't have that ability before. Can I move trees? You can't move trees. Ah. One could hope. Excuse me. I actually don't mind this at all. I think we're going to keep the integrity of this train track. But I have to pave the road for Torkoal. Can I, like... I want this. Somebody had this here because they can't see otherwise. Alright, that's it. Steal, steal, steal. Love being a thief. We have to get this door open somehow. We'll probably be able to cut through the door, the frame. And we expanded our pockets by one. Go there. Like, all this is volcanic ash. Like, I think I'm just gonna tear it all down, right? And, like, just open this whole area up. Because what's the benefit of this? Let's see. Let's go all the way up top. Let's see. Is there anything up here? Go. Ali! Crackhead waiting for Justin. Yes! Hello, Crackhead. Pokopia Crackhead. Thank you for checking in. Dude, our stream crashed already once. I can't break this right now? What do you mean? Why not? But I can break this? Okay, what's the T? Why can't I break that up there? Like, I want to break all this. Maybe it's not worth it. Maybe I shouldn't. You got first two then? Yeah. Ryan was in here earlier, but didn't say anything. Then my boyfriend also came in, but then my stream crashed. So you are technically first. All right, we're in the new area. We have gotten light. Ali, I started off stream saying that we are officially making our zoo. That is the goal, to make a zoo. I think I like that idea, that concept. So we're gonna just do like enclosures and exhibits for every like kind of species that we have. But now we have electricity, so bringing lighting and like decor, like I still want to make it homey, you know? CJ, welcome in. How you doing? How's work today? Monday. I had off today. How do y'all have time to make housing communities? And I laughed. I mean, that's precisely why I haven't made housing. I'm just like throwing these hoes in different little grass patches. That's why when Terry was in here like, hey, make a house for them. I'm like, ain't nobody got time for that. I'm just gonna put her in this grass. Hi, I'm good. How are you? Honestly, Streamer already crashed once today, but we have our cam on, which I think is an improvement. I had off today. Just wander in the grass and it reminded me of you. Yeah, literally, like having a home doesn't matter if they're just gonna wander in the grass. Oh, Psyduck's here. CJ, how's work today? How's your weekend, CJ? Psyduck! What did I do yesterday? I can't remember. Oh, it's you. We're friends, right? Oops, never mind. It's nice to meet you then. Let's be friends from now on. I took time off, needed a break. Weekend was good. Oh my god, you needed a break? Everyone deserves a break. I'm so happy you got your break. You do deserve a break. And everyone should be taking breaks, you know? There'll be enough work for tomorrow. That's how I kind of see it. Here, look. We're gonna put this down here. We're making a track. Oh. We have to make a path for Torkoal, similar to like how we did with Slowpoke. Oh, I don't have any stairs. But I have more tracks, so maybe I'm just gonna finish the track for Torkoal. I forgot I have to. My weekend was good. We did get some snow overnight last night. So we got about 14 inches of snow overnight, which was incredible. I did spend some time this morning shoveling. It took me about an hour to get through the shoveling. Like 30 paths. But we made it. We made it out the other side of the shoveling. You know? Like, it's not the end of the world to shovel. I'm gonna keep breaking this stuff because we also got Dartrix. He was part of like our challenges. We got a Riolu by accident. Riolu was an accident. We brought Glimmet here because I needed iron ore. Oh my god, 25 streams, CJ. What you got? You're incredible. Thank you so much for being here every stream for the last 25 streams. You're iconic for that. You know that? We're gonna build some stairs. Are they in the bottom? Right here. Stone steps? Let's go stone. Let's just do 20. Let's do 100 steps. We're drinking a little bit of torch. And I'll let y'all Google what that is. It is a little bit of a high dose, so if I do crash out on stream, we all know why. And then we're gonna start with this, and then probably a little later on get some DVD. I haven't played DVD at all. A few days. So I would love to get some games in today. Copia has just been taking up my time, you know? Are we mad about it though? Like, look at how adorable this game is. Psyduck's taking a bath. Look at him. And then Torkoal's chilling in the hot spring. But we need to get Torkoal up so he can help us with Oh. Can we be so serious? Is it because I'm standing right on top of it? I wish the lock, the auto lock, was a little bit cleaner. A little hard. Is this all limestone? Like, I fully can just make marble. Some of it is, though. The whole layer is limestone. Oh, and I have to make stone steps. Or stone flooring, right? Oh, it's yellow rock. Yuck. Oh, it's like sulfur, like sulfuric rock. Is that? Does that sound right? Put stairs, and then maybe I can finish the train track. Hey, guy. You're in my way, bud. And honestly, we're just gonna build this railroad. And we're gonna put another staircase here. Or actually... I'm gonna open this whole thing up. I'm still waiting to find Cyndaquil. Speaking of Cyndaquil, still waiting to find Cyndaquil. I hope Cyndaquil's in this game. That would break my heart if like all these starters are in here and not Cyndaquil. Oh, let's eat something. Oh, I can't break that. Can I not break it because it's boxes? Nope, I can't break it at all. Okay, well, we're definitely clearing out this spot. I'm gonna clear this whole land. I have to drag that out of the cave. I didn't realize if you go into the cloud mode or whatever, you can just punch your friends. Oh my god, can you? My brother and I still haven't played this together. But yeah, I'm excited to play with him and explore together. We got the strength ability, so we can move huge rocks now that are in our way, which is good because these rocks in our other worlds are kind of just irritatingly in the way. I think it's fine there. I wanted to make this like the walkway. Yeah, I saw someone just scooted a bed and it was like, what? Yeah, I know. I just had to unlock it. I mean, there's a few things. There's the water relocation ability where you can just like put water wherever you want. I haven't unlocked that either, which I'm excited to unlock because I think that'll help me with relocating a lot of my Pokemon. Yeah, so I just unlocked the strength ability. I honestly think what I'm gonna do is this. Break this whole thing and make this the walkway. And have the railroad just be its own track. I kinda live. Allie, how was your weekend? I know I streamed on Saturday, and I was supposed to stream yesterday, but I'm not gonna lie, I was all cozied up, and there was no way I was streaming yesterday. Ryan, oh, we will hydrate. Hydrating will happen. I'm drinking a torch. I'll let you guys use Google to figure out what that is. And stretch. I'm gonna even try to crack. Stretch. Got one good crack in there. It was good. We got the new TV. Oh yes, and my dad come over tonight and hang it up. Love that. How are you doing, Ryan? How's work today? How are we doing? I am very sore from shoveling, so I'm not very flexible. It's like 60 today. It's supposed to drop to 20 in snow tomorrow. We got 14 inches of snow overnight. So that's where we're at today. I spent about an hour shoveling earlier, which isn't the end of the world. It is a good little workout, like a good little arm and back and legs workout, but I am going to move these stairs over this side. And then I'm gonna just make this a solo track, I think. Because you shouldn't be walking right next to the train, right? It snowed on Friday and Saturday for me? Yeah. I don't know how whether I'm ready to quit, but I don't have a replacement job. Oh, you're ready to quit. I'm dead. Dude. I'm sorry that you don't like your job. Just get out of there. Me being a bad influence. Just leave. Trust, we've all been there, Ryan, though. I wouldn't be too surprised if it was your truth, you know what I mean? We've all been there. I just want to use this gravel for the train, that's why. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. And I think I'm gonna put lighting on this side. Because I don't have a recipe for gravel, but I like the way it looks. So let's just keep putting the gravel down. Okay, lighting. You know, I haven't had my camera on, and today I was actually feeling up for having my camera on today. So we have our lights on. Oh. And then one more. And now we can... Oh, look. Now I can do this. This. I wish I could suck up water already, but I can't yet. Are you though? Ryan, how are you feeling though? Aside from work kind of getting in your nerves. How's your night last night? How are games with Ark? I'm sorry I didn't join. Sorry I was too lazy. Pass down my children, so you know we're a dramatic little sort here. You know, can't. I'm glad we can all be dramatic together. You know what I mean? I love that it automatically inclines. That helps me. Oh, I have no more tracks. Okay, well, let's just steal from other places. I'm stealing from the other track because no train's coming here. You know? It's just decoration at this point. Oh, Lugia. Oh, because it's cloudy. I haven't really been up there. I'm good. I just want to get back in bed, and the games were fun. You're totally fine. That should have been me going to sleep. Games are always fun together. So I'm not surprised. Oh, we did get a Riolu. Thanks, Riolu. Oh, totally needed that. Totally needed that. Okay. Time to finish this path for Torkoal, but we need to get wheat. Oh, and I can show you guys how far I've come with my gardens in that other place in the beach. Let's go to the beach each. Camera. Camera. That's cute. And then let's throw some alpine soil into the mix. Why not? And spotted soil. Oh, whoops. No! Don't break everything. You freak! Okay. Do you think Torkoal will come up these stairs? Is really the question. We only have 18 of these paths. Okay, we're gonna have to make more of these paths because 18 is not gonna cut it. I mean, I guess we could just place stone flooring. Yeah, let's do that. Suck, 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 suck. Sounds like a competition. Here, we'll move this rock out of the way because it'll be a pain in the ass. Let's put the stone flooring down. I think I can make this. Pretty sure. The Machoke arms are frying me. Dude, the Machoke arms are hilarious. I just got that that power too, the strength power. Wow, I had a little boy. When do we ever build like that? Be serious. Boing, boing, boing. I think we're about to hit 40. Yeah, we have 3 left. Alright, let's see if I can make more. Oh. Oh, they're talking. I love when they interact. Like, it's so fun to watch them even talk. Alright, let's see what's... Stone tiling. Stone brick wall. No, we need the stone tiling. I think that's what we're gonna use, right? Puffy tree pillar? Wait, that's kind of cute. They're actually cushions stuffed with leaves. Hardwood flooring. I want to come visit you. Come visit. I don't know how that works. I'm gonna make some stone tiling to finish off that road. Oh wait, do I have wood planks? Can I make wood planks actually? I don't have wood planks. Oh, I do. I only have 2 lumber. That's gross. It's invite friend in the PC. Okay. Can you do it now? When do you want to do it, Vox? Hi, Vox. Welcome in. Okay, lurking because break is over. Miss you already, Ryan. Come back soon. Come now? Let's do it. Okay, wait. Let's do it. Vox, welcome in. Happy Monday. Make sure you get your check-in. Don't break that streak. Invite others? Thank you, Vox. Is it invite others or visit a friend? How do you want to connect? Online. Excuse me. Okay. Display link code, yes. Number of players. Certain things can be moved, that makes sense. Oh, I guess I can't change that. Okay. I want you to visit my other, don't visit me here. Can we even, are you stuck on this, in this, map? If you come visit me here, should I move to somewhere else where I have more stuff? It's fine. I just want to take a selfie, period. I just want to take a selfie. Let's take it. A see. Also, guys, this is my house. I built it. And now I have a little working backyard. All the fighting type Pokemon live with me. Don't ask why. The long way to the PC. Alright, let's do this. Yep. Jimmy! 5 minutes to realize I'm too illiterate to care about reading all the blah 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 script. Dude, Jimmy, what's up? How are you, dude? Here's my link code. Have you been enjoying Pokopia, Jimmy? Have you been playing? I have been loving this, and I don't care how long it takes me to finish. I am enjoying every minute of it. I think Vox is getting in here. This is my first visit. Doing good. How are you? Honestly, I haven't been doing great, but being on stream and on Twitch has been really helpful the last 2 weeks. So we be balling, we be vibing. Like we're okay. I hope you're doing well though. I hope February wasn't too hard for you. Um, who won that? Who ended up winning that peak submission competition? How do I accept you? I don't know how to find you. How come you don't come up here? You did come to visit. So can I close the connection? I've been playing but get overstimulated trying to stream it. I have been playing. I haven't. Wait, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's try that again. Now Vox has gone home. I'm gonna try that again. If you set my ass home, I'm sorry. Yeah, confirm. How come I can't? I've been playing on stream with no cam, so I don't feel stressed about like chatting or like saying anything. And honestly, it's been really helpful because Allie, I've been playing during the day, and Allie has been here chatting. Currently 112 Pokedex and just started the 4th world. Oh yeah, I'm not grinding anything. I just got power because I've been fucking around trying to make environments with people. No, I don't want a close connection. I want my friend Vox to come. Vicariously Drew Justin. Yeah, Allie is here to say how much fun, see how much fun I'm having playing this game. Okay, Vox, I have a new code. I'm sorry. Come back, come back. Did I just hit B? Yeah, I just hit B. Vox. Oh, they're fighting. Look at them. Look at them. Wait, I want to get a picture of that. Oh, they're not fighting anymore. Let's see. Come on, come on. Throw a punch. Throw a kick. Oh, I missed that. Oops. He gets so tall. Oh my god, wait, what a cute little fit! Wait, why is your guy so cute? Look at us, we're so cute! I love that little Nurse Joy fit! I don't know how to emote. Actually, wait, no, let me emote, hold on. Wait, how do I emote? How do I emote? There you go. There you go. Let's see. Oh, smile. Yes, it's a little heart. Wait, we're so cute. Why are we so adorable? This game is... Oh, I can't take a screenshot. This game is too cute. Guys, this is Vox. We're besties now. I love this one. Ugh, so dramatic. Oh! How did you... Is that one of the HMs? Be honest. Is that a transform ability? Yes? No? Do you plan on playing Super Battle Golf? Check it out if you haven't heard of it. Super Battle Golf. I can't say I'm intending to play that. Oh my god, Vaughn's here! You look too cute. Wait, I want to take a picture. Look at Vox. Adorable. Stop. Look at you. You look like a little plush. Wait. Stop. I don't want to talk to him. I got a little plush. That's so cool. Alright, let me take you around. Vox, where are you at? Oh, taking a little nap. Let's go, Vox. So this is my house. My new house. I finally made it. They finally let me have one. Vox is taking a full nap. He traveled so far to come see me. Over here. Oh yeah, you can just travel like that. Alright. This is my pride and joy. We have a Blastoise here. Wait, do I have honey? Oh, I can't even open my inventory. Blastoise should be here, but I think it's too overcrowded, so not everybody spawns. This is kind of the original spot. I do want to make this one big water area, since we're so close to the beach. Actually, we should go this way. Taking blocks all the way around. Here we have the Haxorus line, who are nowhere to be seen. See, this is why I need to spread people out, because everyone's hiding. Can't see. Here, we can go up this way. This is the bird exhibit. You're talking to her? That's incredible. Look at that. I can't wait to get my Switch 2 this fall. Oh my god, I can't wait for you. That's gonna be so fun. There's so much happening on Switch 2 too. Like, that's just in time for the new games. This is my bird habitat. I kind of want to make like a huge... Wait, was that Dragonite? No way. I have not seen that. This is the bird habitat. You look incredible. Look at how cute he looks. The Dragonite is too cute. This is the bird habitat. I'm gonna make a huge tree house and put all the birds in here. Cross this way. This is where I've thrown all the people who want darkness, is in this cave. So Charmander lives here. Diglett is literally under this. Diglett lives here. And then the rest live up here. Or I guess behind this wall, not this way. Behind that wall. Here. This is where everybody else lives. Charmeleon and Drober and Excadrill. I'm gonna move them upstairs though, because look at this. Oh, you're chatting. Oh, so sweet. Look at that. They love you. They really love you. Here, come this way. I think I'm gonna move all these folks up here though. How did I get up there? How did I get up here last time? Oh, you can just fly. Have fun. I came up this way. Oh, maybe not. I don't remember how I got up there, but I should be able to get up there. Somehow. Here, I found a way. I'm crawling. I'm climbing. I want to move these folks over here. There's a cave up here I want to move them into. I want to move some of them into here. And here's the other area, and I think I'm gonna move like the shop over here. I want like the more plants over here. Although grass type Pokemon. I think it'll be cute. We haven't done anything here though. I haven't gotten the water ability yet. Connection's unstable. Lies. It's because I'm not hardwired on my Switch. But yeah, that's about it. That's about it here. Boing. We've already started the electricity here too. So we're back at our neighborhood. I'm gonna move so many Pokemon over to that side though, because we are overcrowded over here. And I think that's why a lot of Pokemon don't spawn. But that's about it. Oh, I can do that. Oh, the Dragonite looks so good. Here, I'm gonna take a selfie of us in front of my house. Wait, him on top. Go inside the house. Move! Go inside my house. Go, go, go. There you go. Where are you? I lost you. Oh, there you are. Oh, look at us! Oh, try to do it again. Do it again. I look so cute, my little sailor outfit. They look adorable, honestly. Yes, Vox! I'm so happy you're here, friend. Love me a little visitor. Thank you for coming, friend. I want to get that outfit so bad. You look so good. Also, the bag looks so good, too. I like that color. Bye, friend. Oh. I'm just bothering Parasect. Bye, friend. Bye. Oh my god, just disappearing like that is crazy. Alright, well, I guess... Thank you so much for coming and visiting. That was so cool. Oh, it's because my connection's open. I can't open my... I can't... Oh, never mind. There you go. I can't open my inventory, though. So I have to close it. Oh, I can't do shit while that thing is open. That's crazy. Thank you so much, Fox, for coming. That was so sweet. My brother and I have been trying to do that forever. I just burped so bad. Now we're gonna fast travel to the beach so I can show you guys what I've created. Fox, that was awesome. Look at little Ditto. Oh, it's raining over here. Jump Bluff, what? Let's go! Let's go! We got a Jump Bluff! What was the environment? Why did she just appear? Yellow carpet. Interesting. I think the whole line spawns here, huh? So we need a Skiploom. How many is it? Okay, cool. Look at Jumpluff. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so we're gonna make this a little pathway. Just to open up the world a little bit. But here's what we created. All our plant Pokemon are here. They don't spawn in, unfortunately. I don't know why. We do need these, but we created this like little farm. I thought was cool. Here we have beans. Do I have any beans in my inventory right now that I can plant? So we planted beans. I think I have one more. Oh, there's a blooming one. Just water these for good measure. We need more wheat. Yeah, we have these little farms. So yeah, tomato will grow here. Why they're all bloomed? I can't chop them. They're blooming tomato plants. Pull Larvitar's out. I kind of want to move Larvitar over to the mountains. Maybe we'll do that. We got Garbodor. Did not work on the things I needed him to work on. Follow me. Yeah. I'll take care of this, dear. Aw, his voice is so cute. The tone of his voice. Here, I gave you some more. I kind of want to move them both over to the mountains. I also low-key want to bring Torchic over to the mountains. That furnace is still going. And we've torn down a lot of this area. We're gonna make this, I think I'm gonna make this like a little park. Like somewhere with a bunch of toys. Hey. Oh, thanks. Give me something. 3 bags of tomato seeds. Perfect. Let's go increase our achievement. I hope these guys... I don't know if the blooming plants will still spawn seeds. I don't know why they bloom instead of bloom. And let's see if somebody spawned down here. No, no one spawned down here. But you know what I'm going to do? Now that I know I can make this, I'm just going to take this out and see if Tyranitar will spawn. And I'm going to put Larvitar in there too. Larvitar, let's go. Check this out. Oh, what do you have for sale today? Signpost, chair, couch. Follow me. We did bring Glimmet over to the mountains too. We're already level 8. Holy shit. Stylish cafe kit. Gather some Pokemon and build away. Oh, that's cute, and it comes with all that stuff. Resort, I want that. Resort bed recipe. And the resort couch recipe. I like this resort couch. It's like woven rattan. Oh, we got the resort collection. Let's go. Let's do this. Wall switch. Interesting. That's not a priority. Levy recipe might be helpful. Any other recipes I can buy? These are all kits. No other recipes. Well, oh, here's what everyone feels. Iffy, average. Nobody likes where they live over here, by the way. Nice, great. Okay, but these guys do. It's too bad I'm taking Larvitar with me. I might take the fire. Oh no, the fire Pokemon are doing good here. Growlithe might do fine here. Do I take Torchic and the birds with me? I do have Score Bunny over there. Maybe it's not worth. Piplup's definitely staying here. Alright, let's go, Larvitar. You ready? We're gonna travel. We've arrived home. Come on, Larvitar, we're going to the mountains. I think he's gonna like it better over there. Oh, actually, it's this way. Look at his little run. He's so cute. It kills me. Come on, Larvitar, let's go. Oh. So cute. I love him. Going to Pewter City. Ooh, this is a nice poster. I love that I just steal. It's so funny. Okay, we got our wheat. We did not make our flooring, but we'll see if we can make some to continue our road. Alright, let's go up here. Ooh, there's a Pokeball up there. Side. Oh, because this whole thing was a kitchen. All the way down. Avatar, are you taking the long way? So you won't get hurt. Oh, look, there's a legit kitchen up here. Oh, it's a storage box. Look at him coming down. Look at him. An artifact. Tomorrow's meals has been added to your human records. Hamburger steak, beans, tomato or potato, carrot bread, carrots. Don't use the mushrooms there for next week's. So cool. There's something in there. Oh, I got balloons. I already have balloons, but I got some more. Traces of Pokemon or honey. Let's see. Alright, let's put these moss stones down. I'm gonna put them right next to each other too. Let's put them inside. Okay. I want to clean this whole area up. Let's go back here. Not here. Where's a good place to put you, Larvitar? Where do you want to live? Tell me. Here? Maybe in this little room? Let's see that. Honey! I know. Now we get honey when we're trying to find the Pokemon before. Okay, Larvitar. Oh, no. Well, good for you. So funny. Okay. Want to move in here? At the Mossy Rest spot. Hold up. Is this my new place? You bet it is. I love this game. The dialogue is so endearing. It's so cheap. It's so cute. I need this. I still only have 2 lumber somehow. I saw a build a guy did. Breaking all the blocks and putting his crafting station inventory boxes down there instead of a house. It takes a lot of time, friend. I guess I'm making 10. I guess I could just harvest here. Alright. Maybe I can make more spawns? Let's see. Let's make more habitat. Habitat. Yeah, it's the red leaves. Okay. Red tall grass. Tree shaded red tall grass for bonsai. Hydrated red tall grass. Grassy training field. Okay, another Pokemon. I think Machamp would spawn. Hydrated flowers. We did that. Okay, so the Glamora line, or is it Dugtrio? Fairy spawns here, huh? Oh wait, is it only ones? Let's go back. Oh, we'll see way more now. There you go. Okay, this one with the rock. Are there any more we can make here? Okay, let's just make a few. So that there are more spawn points. Leafage is still powered up, by the way. So let's do that. Oh, you have to hold. Honestly, how cool. Throw some of the environment. Let's just make this environment, right? Oh, but it's not. Thank you for having me. No, thank you for being my first visitor. It was awesome. It was very confusing, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry I sent you home. I said, no, I don't know him. He can't be here. The bouncer said no, but we got you back, and we took some cute pictures. New challenges. It's okay. You sent me back for the. Oh, right. You forgot the poppers. You forgot the poppers. That's what it was. Miss Poppers. Oh, I can make. What is it? The Clefairy statue now. We're gonna purchase that. That's an environment. Miss Poppers. Miss Poppers. Ooh. Hey, what's wrong? Or Bunny asking people to play? Wow, you're incredible. My arm got itchy, guys. Alright, let's go up here. Look at Machoke, bro. Whoa. Someone's in here. Guys, someone. It's Bonsley. What is this place? It makes me feel kind of nervous when I don't know where I am. Oh, hi there. Hey, Taco. Welcome in. Thank you for the check-in. Are you from around here? Just so you know, I'm not crying. These aren't tears. They're sweat, so don't worry. Tears do come out of my eyes sometimes, too. But so does sweat. Anyway, I really hope you realize. Oh, he's so cute. Now these are tears. Happy ones. What? Hello. Hi, Taco. How are you? What are you up to today? I know. Look at him. He's so cute. Okay, that's 3 of the 4. Do you think the trio is the next one? Oh, okay, bulldoze. Deedle beep. Deedle beep. You've earned a recipe as a reward for discovering lots of Pokemon. Hell yeah. I'm doing so good. The Widow guy. He's so cute. I'm gonna move him down there, though. I don't want him up here alone. I want you to make some friends. I feel like my home could be way nicer. Okay, relax. You just got here. Okay? You just got here, bro. Relax. Come this way. I'm doing okay. Doing okay today. One of my best friends called me today. FaceTime me. And we caught up. It was really nice. I missed her a lot. Talk to somebody. And spoke to him in a while. Come on, Bonsley, let's go. I'm gonna put him here, actually. Okay, with this new leafage ability, I want you to move in here. Hey. Hey, Bonsley. Wanna move in here? The tall grass. Oh, I love that. Yeah, that's the best. They're so dramatic. No, literally, he's so dramatic. I'm roasting his home. He sucks. They're also dramatic. And then I put a toy down, and the minute I take the toy away, they're like, "Where did my toy go?" Ooh, something good. Stone pillar recipe. Okay. Excuse me. No, Allie, it's legit that. Oh wait, what did I just get? I didn't even see what I got. Oh well. I bet it was something good. I'll just go back to the VOD. I just hit A too fast and I was reading chat. 3 pieces of gold ore. Okay, that's new. Gold ore is new. I wanted to make one more hydrated path or hydrated patch. Here. And here. Oh, and I got this. Guys, I learned how to make the moss stones. It's This changed my life. Boing. Okay, let's continue making this path. Let's see if we can make this path. We honestly didn't get any lumber, but look at Larvitar. Okay, you know, it's crazy because is this only for Switch? It's only for Switch 2, friend. Literally. Ali, you're about to see me on your... Literally, you're about to be on the For You page like, I did it. Larvitar, it's open, but you shouldn't be walking there, friend. It's dangerous. There's a train coming. Look at them all hanging out here. Okay, I'm gonna... building this out. I have to build more flooring. Or, hear me out. I can steal it from the walls. I'm gonna steal it from the walls. Oh, I got hungry. I'm about to see myself on it. No, dude, Ali. Okay. I'm telling you, I think it's a worthy investment. Maybe not to tomorrow. They don't fear danger. Larvitar said, who needs a road when I could walk in between the train? And honestly, he's so real for that. I want to break this too. I don't like this. I think it's just bothering me that I don't have anything else there. I kind of want to make. I kind of want to hide the train, like make it a subway. Perhaps not. I'm gonna keep breaking this wall for. The stone! You know, NYC clocked in? No, literally. Nola, I got you a new Switch, dude. Mommy, can I play my Switch? Because you're just gonna be playing it. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay if it's okay. The way that you buy yourself a Switch. Yeah, exactly. Honestly, who needs to make flooring when I can steal it from the wall? Is it stealing or is it harvesting? What do people on Minecraft call it? Because I think I'm stealing. Somebody put it here. It doesn't just grow. We love stealing. I mean, I have been stealing so much. Harvesting. Okay, it is harvesting, right? I think if I put it that way, I feel better about it. Okay, put this. And we never have to... We never have to build anything on our own when we can steal it from the walls. And just like that. I'm gonna put like wooden planks, I think, down. And make like a fence. So that people don't walk here. A photo op? Who's the photo op? Look! I love him! He was only coming down here for the rock. He's just coming down here for the rock and I was yelling at him. It's because I don't want him to get hurt. I don't want him to get hurt. It's the train. You can't do this. It's the train. I literally started crying in real life. How do you think I feel? I think I do kind of want to give it the subway look. So I'm going to take all this down. And make it come up halfway. I think that'd be fun. LMFAO. Okay, see, so Taco, you have to be warned. Like, if you get this game, a lot of tears will be shed. There's a lot of cute moments like that. Like, this game is so cute. This game is so cute. The haters can't take. You know what I mean? It's too cute for them. I love all these side quests. I love that I'm making the side quests. I love that I'm the one making my own side quests. Like, hey, little guy, it's really dangerous. I need you to go. Yep, get right back up there. It's really dangerous here. These are railroad tracks. No, no, no. Stay up there. No, 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 no. Stay up there. There's a staircase coming. No, no, no. Stay up there. Stay up there. Yep. Okay. No! No! Stop it! Stop it! You're gonna hurt yourself! No! Oh. Yeah. Oh, the train tracks! I wish I could pick them up. Little badass kids. Like, I told you. Look at him! Get off the train tracks, little kid! Get off! Get hurt. I kind of want to put stuff like this down here, actually. Like, this kind of makes sense, right? Now they definitely will walk once I'm done here. Me doing everything in my power. No! Get your... Get your ass out of the trap. I'm gonna have to do something about this. They don't follow the rules. We all know that Subway don't stop for nobody. Like, y'all will be roadkill. It's kind of a sleigh though. I kind of ate. I think that's gonna look so cool when I'm passing through with a train. Oh, wait, I can show it right. Bonsly? Bonsly. Okay. Guys, look. Tell me that's not a sleigh, guys. Tell me that's not a sleigh. Look. It's so fun. Oh, I almost hit him with my car. I kind of ate up. I kind of ate up. I'm going to cover this whole thing up so people can't. Maybe I'll make a little crossing. I wish I could make a crossing. I'm going to have to put one of the stops here. Steal some of this, some of that. I'm just gonna decorate. That's my favorite part about this game so far, is making this stuff. He's so excited to me. He knows I took a picture of him while he's sleeping. This is the best game ever made. I mean, sometimes I feel that way. Stealing scaffoldings, guys. I won't steal all of them. Just the ones. What's that? Steal. Where's that? Plank. An iron plank. An iron plankton. Like, nothing can compare. Like, I made a train station, guys. I love the TikToks that are like, I played for 60 hours. This is all I've done. And it's just the train tracks going everywhere. No, literally. Hey! Maria, what's up? Maria! Now you know exactly how I say it. Maria! I'm just gonna never know. You know that song? Hi, Frog. Well, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Also, what? Also, wait. Oh, period. Me having. I won't let Green give herself a shot. Welcome in, everybody. Hi. Welcome in. Everybody get your check-ins. Now that you're here, check in. How are you? Greenhouse stream. What game was that you were playing? It was tabbed in. Yes. Pokenames. Yeah, this is what we're doing. This is our life now. This is who we've become. This little guy. And he's great. We just were showing off on our train. Honestly, I'll show it to you guys too. I did egging on and dead static drive. Okay, wait. That's the one I was watching you play, was dead static drive. Kevin, thank you for the check-in. Green and Maria with their check-in. Look, yes, I made a little train. Look at the Kevin. It's so cool. The Naruto run? Yeah, he's incredible. Look at this. Look at this. It's like a proper train station. Oh my god. Peter, welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. So this is our life now. We're stuck in Pokopia. Ali has sort of coined that our Pokopia is gonna be like a zoo, where all the animals, all the Pokemon will roam free. They won't really be in homes that are like traditional, but they'll have little enclosures and habitats, and people can walk around and see them. And yeah, I'm a zookeeper, but in an ethical way, you know, like in the way that zoos were intended for science and biology and universal ecosystem. You know what I mean? That's what we're doing. It's very wholesome here. So more like a sanctuary. Yes, exactly. And not the kind of sanctuary like not no Tiger King. but we still have a good time here. We're taking care of everybody. Like we just relocated Larvitar, so Larvitar's here. Where's Larvitar? He's still down there. I think he is. I think he wants to live down here in the hot springs. I might move him down here. Yeah, we just moved Larvitar down to this environment because it's just better for him. There are more caves, and he loves it here. Look at him. They're playing tag. They're playing tag, guys. They're playing tag. Run from Bonsly. Look, he got him. Look at that. An ethical Pokemon sanctuary. It's literally everything Professor Oak wanted. It's so cute. I'm gonna die. Like, please. Thank you for lurking, Green. I hope you have the best lunch. Yes, thank you for being here. Thank you for the raid. Thanks for bringing our friends over. Yeah, we don't make houses here. Everyone lives in open. Subway Surfer. Literally. I'm catching up with the chat because I was too excited about the game. Maria, how are you doing today? Peter, how are you? Vaughn, welcome back in. Okay. We still have to get Torkoal up, but we're making our way. I think we just need to commit to making this like a proper... Nope, we just need some steps here. I think we're gonna put planks. Cause what you doing? That's not a street. That is a scaffolding. You're gonna hurt yourself. Move. I'm gonna hurt him. Doing good? I'm okay. Work is being stinky, so I'm glad I get to lurk. Period. Yes, I'm glad you're lurking. What a mood changer this is. I had no work today because of the snow, so we're chilling. Playing Pokopia. Gonna play some DVD later. We haven't played DVD yet. I was supposed to be live yesterday, but I was too lazy. I was too cozy. There was no chance I was gonna go live yesterday. We needed to make another workout environment. Oh my god, there's a little bug here. I do have new plants. I did like a whole plant haul, so hell yeah, no work boost now. Yeah, I literally shoveled 14 inches of snow. Already a little sore. We ball. we have a spawn up here? Wait. Huh? I never left. I've been working. Oh, night. On your substation. Oh, yes. By next Saturday for his birthday. Yes. Yes. How is that project coming along? And were you able to get like your supplies for your other project? Like you were like sewing something, right? Or crocheting? There's a lot of ash here that I want to get rid of. Like I want to flatten all this, but now's not the time. We have other stuff to attend to. And we keep going. I think what I'm gonna do is just put. Make this some grass. We'll make it friendly. Fine. Fine. I hope everyone's enjoying how relaxing this is. Because honestly, it's about the vibes. This game is also just. Oh wait, do I just use the image? But I couldn't. Interesting. Oh, it's because I wasn't locked on it. Honestly, still learning, guys. I this is the Machoke environment. Okay. I think I have sandbags, yeah. There we go. I ordered 2 balls of yarn from Amazon. I'm going to prioritize completing. Yeah. Since you only have 2 colors left? Oh my god, you're so close to finish. You're so close. You got this. I guess we should put some torches, huh? I guess I should ask Scorbunny to just hang out. I think this came out cute. This is cute. Give me a twirl. Give a twirl. I don't mind some of the dry grass. That's kind of an aesthetic choice. What else do we need to do? Can Torkoal just get up here? I think we're just gonna get Torkoal up. Hey, Scorbunny's here. Hey, Torkoal. Have you made a nice path to the Pokemon Center? Oh, wait, I need a little more time. Oh, I can bring up vines? Guys, I literally could just make my own material. Dude, Ditto is so powerful, guys. Ditto is so powerful. Okay, this is a path. This is the path. They're gonna use it. They're gonna use it because it's a road. They're using it because it's a road. Guys, this is the point. This is why I do it. Okay, you can still walk on this. Just gonna wet this whole thing. Hey, Larvitar. I think making this grass is enough. As long as it's not dry, I think. Nobody fact check. Nobody. I don't want to be wrong. Oh, and I guess this is literally unpatched, so let's get that. Watering does take a long time, but once we get the other power, it shouldn't take as long. It'll be way easier to like hydrate everything here. Let's go. Oh, so we do eventually have to clear this out. The tracks continue into here. If I do this now and they make it easier for me later, do you have the rain or is that a level up thing? I don't have the rain. I mean, the rain happened for me already, like the event. But I don't really have a power to like make it all wet at the moment. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a good enough path. I don't think I need to put a road down. I do. To guide him. I mean, I do have the tracks. Just do this. I have 28, period. I'm gonna just do exactly a straight line. Watering and then it rained. Yeah, at the very beginning, that's exactly what happened. I mean, the game kind of asks you to do that at the beginning. The game is like, make it more humid here so more Pokemon can appear. And then eventually it rains, you know? But that's just the story. The rain doesn't even wet everything still. Like, even after it rains, things are still, like, dry. Okay, Torkoal, I think this is a good enough road for you, to be honest. Have 9. Like this. And then he should be able to walk that. Alright, Torkoal, let's go. Hey, guy. It's all good to go. Let's go. See, look, it's working. It's working. Let's go, Torkoal. Let's go, Torkoal. Take the stairs. Wow, dumb BS rain. Yeah, it's silly that they make the rain. I'm gonna keep him on this track. We'll go as fast as you need, Torkoal. Look at him. No, stay on the path, bro. Oh, I guess he likes that. Let's go. Stay on the path. Stay on the path. No. No. This is for you. Why would you ever get off the path? Be serious. Oh! Then I have to block him here. Why would you ever do that? If your objective is that way. No. Turn him this way. A dead end? Oh, do I have to take this out? You can't cross this. Come. Come this way. This way. No. The path is not blocked. The path is not blocked. The path is not blocked. Look. Come. It's okay for sure. Don't start over from the beginning. Now, what was blocking the... Was it me? Was I the problem? Was I blocking the path by being a fucking crazy person? It's been a fun time working on 12,000 pieces? What? That is, I mean, that is commitment. Wow. You know what? I did over-prepare, and Torkoal, I hope you know what I've done for you. I hope you know the effort I've done for you, okay? It's no 12,000 diamonds. That is incredible, Vaughn. That's crazy. Yay, I made it. That was a really easy walk. Don't be so crazy to me. I need your shell secret. Oh yeah, but I don't know what to say. I guess I'll just tell you everything I can remember since I was a little kid. It will be a really long story, I think. So when I was little, I really loved coal. I thought other Pokemon would like me if I let out more smoke, so... And I learned his whole life story. So yeah, that's my story. I hope it helped. I'm learning something. Oh! This is what I needed. I guess he does that for me anyway. Well, anyway, I guess I'll go for a little walk and see some sights while I'm out here. I need to light a fire to use that. Oh. So, I have the recipe for the brick oven. Scorbunny at the hot spring. Pokemon. I don't see any Pokemon spawns. Scorbunny, buddy, I need you. Actually, Larvitar, come with me too. Oh, he gave me some sticks. Thanks. Hey, let's go on an adventure. Come on, guys. That is crazy, and by hand, which is insane. Come on, guys. Okay, Larvitar's a little slow. It's okay. You ready, guys? What else do we need for this pizza? Oh, we have everything. Oh, we have more than enough. Hell yeah, let's go. We can put it here. I made bread, guys! Let's go! Munch, munch. Nice. I'm learning something! Oh yes! This is... Now I can cut through metal! I can cut through metal! Hell yeah, Maria. Now I can cut him out. That's greeting, guys. Yo, Stabby! Yeah! I know that smell. You managed to make some nice bread, didn't you, sweetie? Sure did! So, after leafage, now we've powered up cut. Wait a moment. I suppose that means you think you might be able to use cut on the chain supporting this barrel now? Oh, that's right. I'm sure you can do it, Pumpkin. Give it a good slice. I already know she's amazing. Let's go, Greedent. Wow, I'm iconic. I love stabbing almost as much as I love stealing. Love stealing. Pumpkin. It's Greedent. I've seen Greedent already on people's streams. She's so cute. Oh. All the berries. Phew, what a relief to be out of there. Oh, are you Sweeties the one who saved me? What's with the reaction? Surprised to see such a charming Pokemon pop out of that barrel. Oh, that is so funny. I love her. We love her. Okay. Okay. We learned how to cook, guys. You're a Pokemon? You said you were the best chef in town, so naturally I thought you were a human. Tangrowth, you have such biases. You need to break that apart. We're building a sanctuary here. Well, I am the best in town. After all, there's no one else left here. Clock it. And I'd appreciate it if you called me Shiftente. Besides, no human could chat so eloquently with Pokemon. Surely you know that. Stupid ass professor. Rude. Yeah, jump into conclusions. You don't even know. Imparting all this judgment on Greedent made me more powerful. She literally made me more powerful. In any case, you two say, isn't that wonderful? Thank you so much, sweeties. Oh, I love her, sweetie. She's incredible. She made me big and powerful and strong. I can cut metal, and I can cut metal, and I can move. No, what was the other? Oh, leafage. Make more like grass come up at once. By the way, are you also searching? Yes, we are. Honestly, I'm not really searching for humans. I don't really care if the humans come back. They left me here. Oh, ho, indeed we are. Take it you are as well. Yes, I'm looking for my buddy. Your buddy? You mean your trainer? No, they were a chef at a restaurant. Truth is, my buddy was the best chef in town. Oh, so that's why you miss so much. Duh. Remember anything else about these things? What was your buddy like before they disappeared? All I know is that I woke up a bit ago. The town was in the state it is now. I have no idea what's going on or what happened. God, were they all passed out? But this place was already in decline before, since so many of the humans who worked at this. Oh, interesting. My buddy's restaurant. That would have been enough to make your buddy just leave me behind, wouldn't it? Aw, yeah, of course it would. When I woke up, it wasn't just my buddy who's gone. Every single human had disappeared. Guys, I hate to break it to you, humans, they are dead. They're not coming back. Yeah, the professor is being so rude. Anyway, I think he made up for it. It's fine. He's nice. Yeah, leave humans. They're not what they're. But I think they're dead. I don't think they're coming back. As for the town itself, just look at the state of it. Gone. Completely to ruin. I'm sure something really disastrous must have happened. Okay, so there is a volcano on Cinnabar Island that perhaps has erupted. But there were also things of hurricanes, so I'm wondering if the hurricanes were in Johto. Because Johto and Kanto are right next to each other. I don't know, we're still unlocking some of it. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but humans have disappeared from other towns as well. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I've just had the most wonderful idea. May I tell you? When you power up cut eating bread. What's your idea? My idea is to bring life back to this town, to make it just as lively as the good old days. Yeah, exactly. That's my goal too. With excellent restaurants to eat at, cheerful music. Yeah, let's do it. Yes, let's do it. Let's do it. Yes. You really love this town, didn't you? Oh my gosh, she's incredible. I'm here for it. Yes, Chef Dente. Hell yeah, you bet I am. We did this with the beach. We could do this here. Of course. Stop telling me to build houses. We're not building houses for these kids. Okay. Cut and slice even further so I can harvest more. Interesting. Try it out. Okay, wait. I need to go and cut those gates. There. I also have to use the bathroom. It's pretty cold in my apartment. So I have the shivers, and I kind of want. A special salad? Wait, let's talk to him first. Stop trying to make fetch happen. Heard you were a real whiz at making salads. Score Bunny told me all about it. I'd love to try one of your salads, but I want to eat it gracefully, beautifully. You get me? Like a salad where everything's shredded really finely. Do you think you can make something like that? I'll give it a go. I'm excited. Thanks, Ditto. Oh, and if you need help cutting up the salad greens, let me know. Always happy to lend a wing. It'll be like a special salad collaboration between me and you. Oh, he wants to be my friend. Okay, so we just have to go to the table together, to the cutting board together. But, Dartrix, because you want to be next to me so bad, let's go this way. We need to cut these metal gates first. Or here, because I'm down to. Oh, is Score Bunny with us too? Wait, is Larvitar still with us? Did I leave Larvitar? Oh, I'm so sorry, buddy. Wait, I'll slow down. I'll slow down. I forgot you guys were following me. Ready? Okay, let's all go together. We're going on an adventure, guys. We need to get some ingots for you, sir, but we are well on our way. The whole railroad is fixed. There you go. Look at that. We're the most powerful being in all of Pokemon. It's incredible. 8 fencing. Return home. Okay, bet. Let's get all this stone. Oh my god, stone is so good. Oh! Ooh, look at this. What's this here? A furnace? Looks like a Pokemon can process the materials you put in here. Would you like to put something inside? Let's put some copper ore. Oh, wait. I see. We'll leave Score Bunny here. Let's process 11. Score Bunny. He gave up on that dream. Apparently, I'd left traces when I hacked the servers. That was enough for them to track me down. The people from the Foundation were surprisingly polite, and they explained what was happening in detail. I have no intention of writing it all here. The important thing is that someday this disaster will spread throughout the entire world. They said that humanity is in its current state. Its current state can't prevent it. The Foundation, together with other regions, had formed. Is it Aether Foundation? Question mark. Had formed a plan to evacuate all of humanity into space. The plan was already in motion. My head was spinning at the outrageous tale. So what would become of Pokemon? When I put the question to them, they described their Pokemon conservation project and asked for my help. Question marks. Tons of question marks. Wait, Score Bunny. What do you mean, where did I go? Where did you go? Who told you to disappear? You're gonna work for me. Come, Score Bunny. You need to get big and strong. Use your fire for good. Hell yeah. Okay, bye, Score Bunny. Alright, let's keep... That's fucking lava. That's lava. Okay, guys. Dartrix, I don't know if you should be down here. Let's go home. Let's go back up this way. Let's go do your challenge, and then I'm gonna come back down here. Thank you, Score Bunny. Yeah, we got a problem back there. We got a code 57. Lava. Let's go, guys. It took me ages to find the emote. Alright, we're gonna go back to the cutting board. I'm gonna go use the bathroom to get my water. And maybe raise the heat a little. And, then we'll be back in business. Okay, look at Torkoal using the road. The road that was built for him. Maybe I should use it too. Hello. I did leave Larvitar. Look at that. Larvitar. You know what? Larvitar, this has been so much fun. But I think you need to stay here. Look, let's split up. Have fun at the hot springs. I'll come back for you. My FB memories informed me it was sunny. We were playing on the playground with the kids last year. this year, snow. Like, snow is never the worst thing, but it's not the best. Let me teach you. Regent has more to show me. Wait. Okay, wait. Dartrix, let's make some salad. You made one shredded salad. Hell yeah, I'll dig right in. Eat up, buddy. Look at him. For tornado running, no way. Yeah, we had tons of snow overnight. I'm gonna let you guys watch him eat. And I'll be right back. Oh, he's done. Should I feed him again? I'll let you watch me. BRB. I did think about making a coffee. Since it is quite chilly in my apartment. But I've raised the heat, I've closed some doors, and we're back. With a cookie and some water. Tricks, that was fun. Goodbye. Sorry, I'm responding to a text message. Not everyone can learn how to make bread and salad so quickly. Thank you. I love how cute I am. Well, I'm sure my... Hamburger steak. Interesting. I'm gonna become a chef, guys. What will you make now? That cookie? So good. I want to make a frying pan. So this time you want to make a frying pan, huh? You're looking for material. Okay, copper ore. Yep. Yeah. Into the ingot. The spot of trouble. I think I've already figured out how to do copper. Hey, Ditto. I've been waiting for you. There's some kind of super strong fence up ahead that's blocking the way off. I tried to knock it down. Oh my god. But my punches couldn't even make it down. You could do something about it? I could cut it down. Now that I like to see. Alright. I'm faster than you. Haha. Haha. Whoa! You really did it! You cut that fence like it was paper. Awesome! Classic Ditto. I knew you could handle it. Now we can finally go further in. But is it just me? Or is it ridiculously hot? Seems like the heat's coming from deep within, and I'm no good with hot places. You know what they say? If you can't stand the heat, get out of the tunnel. So bad. But hey, you should totally go further in and check it out. Maybe you'll meet some Pokemon who love living in super hot spots. Great. Oh, ho, Hoosteen. I was just poking around the PC when it apparently decided to connect me with you again. How are things on your end? It's really hot. Oh, you're in a tunnel, are you? Hold on, my friend just called me and I'm gonna send him a picture. I'm sending a picture of stream. Hold on, hold on. Sending a selfie of stream. Just a little selfie for my friend who called me. Volcanoes. Volcanoes? So is it Mount Moon? Like, I'm confused. I'm very much inclined to believe you that it's hot in there. Oh, that reminds me. It's about melting copper ore to make copper ingot. I believe you'll want a smelting furnace. Okay, yeah, I found it. It's hot in there, yeah, like I'm in a volcano. Magmar? Magmar! Okay, well, I already found the furnace. Bro, we already found it, guys. I already beat you to the punch. I already got Score Bunny on that piece, getting me some ingots. Because I need to make something for Carpool. Okay? I have no time to waste. I have been exploring railway. Okay, we got one railway track. that? We only got one out of that thing? That was so weird. Another one! Digging and burning. Burning and digging. I have a shovel. I know where a shovel is. Excuse me. Okay, can I lift this? I can! I'm bringing you all the way around. We're carrying this for a while. Hold on. Let's keep exploring. No need to rush the process. I just want to see where this takes me. How far I can get without needing Magmar. I'm already ahead, you know? Yeah, like, I'm taking that. Cooking pot! Okay. Oh, and I have strength now, so strength. Guys, it's just like the video game. Oh. Guys. Look what I found. I found pretty rocks. These have to be important. Crystal fragments. I found pretty rock. I can't break the floor, but I can break the crystals. I think that's Pokemetal. And then this is gold ore, maybe? Copper ore? Hell yeah, look at this, guys. Oh, can't break that. I have to eat a food first. Eat a food. Once I eat a food, then I will be more strong and more powerful. Bug Love, September issue, has been added to your record. This issue's featured article is all about Vespiquen. What is the Beehive Pokemon's surprising reaction when given honey? Read on to find out. She sells you stuff. She gives you stuff you want. Stuff you need. Okay, we're fine. Okay, did we come up from that way? Oh, yes. Yes, I think we did. Guys, that's a trace of a Pokemon. Can I survive on this hot rock? Okay, no damage. It's too hot to move. You may be able to move if you splash it with water. You found a trace of a Pokemon. The evil laugh. Oh, we need strong. Yes, we need food and we need strong. Never! We love this guy! Charcadet! Piping hot lava. Okay, well, I haven't discovered it yet. I think this has to get moved this way. I know I said I needed they said I need Magmar, but I want Charcadet. Alright, it's hot again. There's the habitat. I want Charcadet. I want him now. Right this moment. Okay, it's just two. Who else do we get piping hot lava? We're definitely gonna get some sort of ability to go over this lava somehow. So let's keep moving this way. Hopefully he spawns in. Oh no. Look, we'll even guys, this is kind of scary. I'm not gonna lie. Why? It's kind of hot in here. Piping hot lava. Look, I made it again. And we're back in a crystal lair. Ooh, ooh, ah. Photo number 4 has been added to your human record. I have them both. I've seen them both, Riolu and Growlithe. I think I don't know who to bring here. I want to think about which habitats to move Pokemon to. I haven't seen that fruit yet, so that berry. Alright, I think we have explored as far as we can. Let's see if no one spawned. No one spawned. I guess we have these spawns now to come back to. Can we go this way? Let's see. That's where we came from. So the train tracks continue this way, though. The railroad continues all the way this way. This is kind of epic. Like, I'm not gonna lie. These mines having lava in them. That's really cool. And a rope. I know how to make a rope. That's what I was supposed to do. I just wanted to show you guys. Look, oh, more scaffoldings. More scaffoldings to add to my railroad. Let's do that. How am I gonna get electricity in here? We shall see. Hey, Kaz has been added to your human records. This is Mora. Adorable, right? I'm not sure this photo does her justice, though. Just look at how gorgeous she is. And those eyes suck you right in. She's so cute. Don't you think so too, Kaz? I also look at this photo when I'm lonely. I hope this picture of Mora cheers you up, Kaz, even if it's only a little bit. Can I break that? Nope, not yet. Not big and strong yet. I have big pockets now. Ooh, a torch. Me stealing all the scaffoldings. Dude, don't mind me just putting this all in my pockets. Because who's gonna live down here? Nobody. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Like, I shouldn't be coming down here for anything. You know? Gotta stay prepared. I guess the railroad should come down here, but like... I'm stealing all this stuff right now. Oh. I think I'm going this way. Yep. Ooh, a step stool. That's cool. And now we're on this side. And we're at Score Bunny. Hey, Score Bunny! Look at that. Okay, so we made it around. I'm gonna take this stuff out of here. And I'm gonna build Magmar's habitat. He's gonna be so shocked when he sees that I've already learned this stuff on my own. 'Cause I am that guy. You've restored a digging and burning habitat. Only Magmar, by the way. So he's just gonna appear. So let's give him a chance. Do I have railway? I think I only have the one. And then I think, yeah, charcoal's right here. So we're about to get some ingots. Incredible. Incredible. Oh, there's Magmar. It's gonna be like one of those automatic spawns because it's asking you to do this for to progress the story, you know? Oh yeah, Magmar. What? Hi there. It's been a while since I talked to anyone, and well, I'm getting really nervous to be honest. I feel like my heart's about to jump out of my mouth. Oh, sorry, fire came out instead. I'd be so happy if you come to talk to me again, though. Oh yeah. Alright, awesome. Oh, and look. He finished them in time. And I learned a new recipe for that. For the furnace. Oh my god. This is a game changer. We never have to move people. We just bring stuff to them. This is what it's all about, sheeple. Okay, let's put copper ore. All of it. I'm just gonna put all of it in there. Hey guy. Follow me. I want you to work on this immediately. I need this frying pan. Go. Go. Yeah, let's go. Go do it. Okay. Okay, well, I hope that you do what I want. I have those ingots, so I'm about to make these little things so Carcoal could run, and we can make some more railway. We have a lot of ideas for this habitat. Just need to get that frying pan done. I know what I said about running on the railways. Oh, actually, let's keep decorating this place. Actually, we put a lantern here or torch. Is there a torch I have? Do I have a torch? I don't have a torch, but I can put a lantern. Oh, there's. So maybe the torch doesn't go here. Those are cute. I know. I think I'm doing a good job of decorating this part. I think I'm just gonna like just stack items. I have so many scaffoldings that I've stolen from the map. I should just add them places. I guess that doesn't make a lot of sense, but. Look, they're using the pathway like I want them to, so. I am mad at it. Actually, no. I'm gonna just put nothing here and maybe some ledges or planks. I gotta find them. Find who? Appearances are important for cooking. Do I get a chef costume? Please say yes. Hey Ditto, do you know Graveler? Graveler? Nope. Who's that? They're a huge, heavy, round, rocky Pokemon. I used to work out with them all the time back in the day. They're the perfect weights for bench presses. Anyway, I need them for something again. Could you be a pal and find Graveler? I'm sure they liked hanging out in spots like this. A mossy boulder. It's not just a boulder, it's a mossy one. Okay, bet. And then we have another challenge. I just remembered, there's something I've been meaning to tell you, Lustine. Your outfit is quite darling, Muffin, but it's not quite suitable for a chef. Is it not good enough? A true chef should have some sort of accessory that highlights their cleanliness and sense of style. Just look at my yellow scarf, for example. That's so fun. I use transform. Yes, I get a little hat. I didn't know you're so good at impressions. Yay! I love that. Let's go get Graveler. just hard rock. Where's the boulders? None of them got something. Oh, that's Machoke's. Oh, there's the boulders. Here. I hear something. Were there no other rocks? I guess I have to use one of these rocks. Hey guy, find me a rock. Oh, wait, this is not part of that, is it? Can I not move it? Can't move this. Why? Is it because the grass is in the way? Oh, darn it. Well, we can cut grass now. Now we can just get rid of all that grass. Epic. Epica. Let's go. And then I think we have one. But we can pull it out of this. Hell yeah. Let's see what happens when I cut it. Oh, it's all leaves. Oops. That wasn't supposed to happen. Oh, that also wasn't supposed to happen. We'll just go back here. Okay. Let's do this again. Here. Come here. Thank you. There you go. And he's Machoke's neighbor. Like, what more can you ask for? There, I got the environment you asked for. Let's go check on Magmar's progress. Torkoal, you liking it down here? Psyduck? I should have made those little stoppers. Magmar. Magmar. Where are you? He has not made anything. And this is what the honey's for. Yeah, where were you? Shouldn't you be working? Follow me. Yeah, come on now. Ugh. When you say you're gonna do a job, I should come in with the cart since I've made this little pathway. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make it like a hot spring stop station. That's what it'll be. It'll actually be a train station. There'll be a walking path for most of it. I'll have to be strategic about. Well, we're gonna figure this out. Oh, I already love it. I already love it. This is gonna be the hot spring station. Okay. Yeah, it works. It works. There's gonna be the Pokemon Center Station. It's gonna be incredible. Alright, let's make these things. I think all I needed was things. Look at that. I can make 4. Yeah, let's make 4 already, and I'll figure out where each of the stops are gonna be. So this is gonna be 1 stop. There's no dialogue. Wonder if my home can get a little more comfortable. What did you need again? Lay down some railroad tracks, then put crossing gates at the end. Basically, I want you to make more railroad crossings. For now, it'd be awesome if you can make 1 more railroad crossing aside from my home, that is. Okay. That sounds good to me. Easy enough. Let's do it. This one, right here, is going to be a railroad crossing. What direction is it facing? I want it to face this. Here you go. Easy. Easy peasy. Let's go back. Whoa, you made another railroad crossing. Thanks a ton, Ditto. I knew you could help. You know, building more railroad crossings should make it easier for you to get to places fast. And easier for me to get my adrenaline fix. Ha ha ha. Alright, great. Awesome. I'm gonna keep doing that. And literally, it'll stop right here. I think this is a perfect stop. Oh, actually, no. Let's pick all this stuff up. I hear that once this Graveler mission's over, I can move water. So, we're gonna wait for Graveler. Come on, Graveler. Come on. Anytime now. What do I need to use to make railroad tracks? I can't make railroad tracks. Not yet. I do not have the recipe for them. Yeah, I don't see them here. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. We're on our way though. Put my... no, it's on this side of the tracks. And look at them walking like it's... Oh, look at them waiting for... Okay. I'm not gonna lie, that was a little scary. That was a little scary, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I need to lay down more tracks. I think I can grab whatever he's already made. He's only made 2. I get another recipe. That's 3 recipes just from knowing this skill. For the hand car! Oh my god, I can make multiple. I can make multiple. Oh, we're gonna have fun in this area. It's gonna be a little mining town. It's gonna be great. With a lively kitchen scene. Oh, I'm so excited. Let's see if these Pokemon spawned. I still need the recipe for the railways. So... we're kind of shit out of luck. Oh! That's not what I meant to do at all. We're kind of shit out of luck until we get railways. More railways. That's a tough question. But now we can make ingots, which is great. We can go over to the beach and make ingots, which is gonna be crazy. Game changing. I just don't want to fall. There's like no music in this mine, which is crazy too. I feel like the rest of the world is filled with... Nothing has spawned yet. Yes! Oh my god, Shark Cadet! Oh my god! Oh, we're total. I don't want you to live down here. I want you to live. Hey, buddy. This is what I wanted to see. What do you think about my move? Pretty cool, huh? He's so cute. As long as I keep my body moving and let my feelings burn within me, I can beat anyone, even if they're huge. That's so cute. This is adorable. Its firepower increases when it bites. He only lives here. There's someone else that lives here too. I think I'm gonna try to bring him outside, but I need to bring lava outside first. I need to learn how to do that first. Put it here. We're gonna leave him down here. Just for now, so he's happy. Okay, this was good. This is good. This is good. And there's a hot spring, right? There's a hot spring. This is pretty good. Pretty good. I'm liking all the directions we can take. See, the music's back because we're above ground. This will not be a stop. There's Graveler. No, that's Lotad. Yes, Lotad. Has the new Pokemon moved in? I can't wait to know them. Okay, then why'd you say If Charcadet ever comes out here, it'll be amazing. I'm gonna check up here real quick to see if anything spawned. Otherwise, we're going. Yeah, nothing spawned up here. Even though an Ekans spawned at the beach, I completely forgot about Ekans. Oh my god, we have to move Ekans. Actually, Ekans kind of works over there. Is everyone comfortable? He's about to tell me that people need homes. Oh my god, tell me again. Oh, people need homes. I'm working on it, buddy. They really seem to be enjoying themselves here too. They're all so lively. I know we have to thank you for their comfortable lifestyles here, Houston. I'd like to take this. Oh! Oh, he's being nice to me. Thanks. Oh, that's awesome. I think I can buy the kit now. Not him being nice to me and I'm like being an ass. Ronnie, welcome in. How are you, friend? Going. 19 check-ins, dude. Icon. I think I'm gonna make my home in here. I think this is the best place to live. What's that sound? Wait, what's what? Who? What? Where? Yeah, I knew it. Oh, I knew we're gonna have to dig here. Oh, Vaughn got. There you go, Vaughn. Get your check-in. I was like, wait, did we not check in? How are you doing, Ronnie? It's hot and I don't do it well. It's hot. I'm a bit tired. What did you do today, Ronnie? If you find anything, could you let me know? Okay, I'll do that for you, buddy. Let me eat this bread. I knew it. I knew we're gonna have to dig through here. Look at that. The music is different in there. Wait. Music is different in there. The music in this game is so fun too. It's so nostalgic. Honey, I hope you had the best day. It is not hot over here at all. We got 14 inches of snow. So I did some shoveling this morning. I already told some people. But I can't break this yet. Because I have to power up Rock Smash. Guys, do you hear that? That must be Rotom. We're about to find Rotom, guys. GG's. Let's go get Graveler. Sir, I can't help you. I'm trying to get Graveler over here. Honestly, oh, let's try to do the frying pan so upgrade our Rock Smash. Ali, have you seen the Rotom yet? We can make it. All we need is 2 copper ingots. Oh yeah. Time to go back. Actually, I want to change my outfit. I forgot, I need a mirror. Just make a mirror. Real quick, real quick. I can't make a mirror. I can't make a mirror, guys. A splendid frying pan. Yeah, let's go power up our Rock Smash. Honestly, the story kind of progresses kind of in a very linear way. It's very nice. Try putting it on the stove. Oh yeah, and make hamburger steak. I have 7 beans. Do you think that's enough beans? That is incredible. Even the sound effects. I transformed. Look at me. Look at me. I'm so snobby. Look at I'm only the finest cuisine. This is incredible. A simple hamburger steak. It seems your efforts to make a hamburger steak were successful. My goodness, you absorb new information just like a little sponge cake, don't you, sweetie? So cute! Justin, tell me not to start prepping for dinner because it's too hot and that I should have ice cream instead. Ronnie. Hey, listen, Ronnie. You should have ice cream. And then you should probably do dinner too, but get ice cream first. Then you can do dinner, Just do them both. Not ending. My goodness, you absorb new information just like a sponge cake, don't you, sweetie? Now you telling me muted. I'm not muted, am I? I'm not muted. Was I muted on my... Oh, am I muted on my... Wait, no way. I'm not muted on this. Hold on. Am I muted on this? No. Your mic was just doing a thing. Oh. Oh. That's not. You know, I need a new mic, guys. It's not gonna happen anytime soon, though. Blaming your setup. I know, Ronnie. Why do you hate me? Why do you have to tell chat I have a bad mic? Oh. Ooh, beef stew and rice for dinner sounds so good. Hell yeah. And now I'm big and strong. Okay, now I can break those rocks. Now I can break those rocks. Now I can break those rocks. Break those rocks, break those rocks. I'm big and strong now. Big, big, big hands guy. You can break even harder objects. And can break. Boom, boom, boom. Let's do this first. Because we're about to get the same materials here. Black rock. Ooh, it was originally molten hot lava. I'm gonna get to... Look at the Rotom! Look at the Rotom! Okay, Ronnie, if you get ice cream... What ice cream are you eating? Because I love ice cream. It could be the coldest day out and I'll still eat it. We're gonna just do this first. Because the game's just gonna make us do it, you know? Me too. I love ice cream. Ice cream and popcorn are like my two favorite snacks. Let's go. Ophthalmology journal Spring has been added to your human records. Abstract. Pidgeot possess high visual acuity. This study focused on comparing the eyes of Pidgeot to other Pokemon, and as a result, it successfully identified a specific DNA strand that impacts eyesight. The DNA strand demands further research, specifically with applications in mind for restoring sight to humans. Celadon University research team. That's cool. Finally, free from work. Ryan, let's go. What I missed? Well, we learned how to cook. I don't know if you watched this cook. I love pistachio. Pistachio is so good. Chocolate peanut butter. Okay, I'm here for that. What I missed. And then Green rated in. With all the homies. So everyone's kind of been hanging out and watching. And we unlocked lava. And now we're big and strong. So we're just completing the quests on this side of the map. Since it's all about restoring everywhere now, and we kind of have a plan for everywhere, but I need to unlock all the different powers first to make it easier. I normally hate cooking, but I've been in a cooking mood. Yeah, 2 days of food at a time. Yeah, that's the best. You have so much food for like a few days. That's so nice. Plus, you use all the stuff that you spent so much money buying at the grocery store. Ryan, how's the rest of work? A super nerd outfit? Wait. Yes, I'm gonna stay like this for a while. The Naruto run? I cannot. I am screaming. Food counter, cool. Ooh, lum seeds. Okay, that's another berry that we need. Did we already connect with where we know, or is this? This is new. I'm in a house. Wait. I'm in a building. How did I get here? I was going through a drive-thru and told that dumb bitch pregnant lady was craving me. Is that okay? Oh. Hold on, wait. I missed that. When I was pregnant, I would get milkshakes all the time, and I called someone talking shit like, "Who the fuck orders the milkshake in this cold ass sweater?" And then you're like, "A pregnant lady." What the hell? People complaining about issues caused by their own actions, as always, literally. Also, like, who complains about ice cream? Good luck on the rest of the stream. Thank you so much, Crying Steamer stuff, dude. This game has been so much fun, Taco. It's been such a vibe. Oh, look at all this stuff. I love stealing. I'm stealing. Stealing desks, stealing furniture, stealing toys. Oh, project cancellation proposal has been added to your human record. The project originally set to launch next month is moving ahead with preparations. Despite its low chance of success, we took it upon ourselves to collect data and perform our own calculations. A report on the dangers that came to light from said calculations is included herein. With this in mind, we ask that you please seriously consider canceling the project. That's scary. I don't really like knowing this lore. It makes me sad. Like, if you say no to ice cream, then you need to reevaluate what makes you happy. We watched Little Miss Sunshine last night, and I'm not gonna lie, it was such a sweet movie. I'd never seen it before, and if I have, I don't remember it. It was so good. I found a hidden object. It was so good to watch. First aid kit. Okay, I have a million of those, so that's gonna be fun. Oh, let's take this too. And I like these doors. Let's take the doors. Can I take the columns? Hell yeah, I can literally just grab columns. Let's go. Grab. This is all marble. I want a pillar, this extravagant pillar. Let's do a little sand. I don't think I'm gonna come back down. I don't even know where I am, to be honest. Have you visited the Dev's Cloud Village yet? No, I haven't. I actually should, huh? I should like look into all the stuff I can be doing to have the game. Today was the first time anyone's even like played online with me. Like Box joining, seeing my village. My village was awesome. I had not done that yet. My brother and I were supposed to, but we ended up just talking on the phone. But hopefully my brother and I can get into that. Oh my God, Gimme Ghoul! No way! This is like, oh look at him! Treasure, gotta catch it all. Whoa, I didn't expect to have a visitor in a place like this, yo. Nothing, yo. Why are we? Let me introduce myself. I'm Gimme Ghoul, just a humble little treasure collector. You must be a bit of a treasure hunter yourself to come to a place like this, huh? I guess so. True, I've been stealing everything. No need to guess, you definitely are. See a funny looking room. Can't help but look inside. Something shiny on the ground. Gotta pick it up. That's the kind of Pokemon you are, yo. I can see it. Fellow treasure collectors meeting here. It's gotta be fate. So I've got something I'd like to ask you from one treasure lover to another. And that is, you guessed it, finding some treasure. I have rainbow feathers. If the rumors are true, rainbow feathers are the feathers of a super strong Pokemon. They are. I hear you can find their feathers on the ground after the strong Pokemon find. Yeah, I already have a million of them. But I can't see the sky here, so I don't even know when that Pokemon's flying by. Yeah, if you're super lucky and happen to come up. I have a million of them. I can totally get you some. That's easy. I can totally get you some. I'm carrying too much stuff. That's unfortunate. Trace of a Pokemon. A lot just happened. I just read a lot. Oh! Well, if that's the case, I'm dropping this. And, in here first. A fossil. Yep. I'm carrying too much stuff. It's incredible. Wait. Let's drop a plate. I want to grab this fancy. Wooden handrail. Oh, I'm outside somehow. Wait, where am I? Where the hell did I end up? I'm so lost. This is the museum. Okay, this is the museum in Pewter City. So we're definitely in Pewter City, because this is the museum. Balloons? Look at all this stuff. Professor's diary has been added to human records. It was decided that we will take part in the Pokemon Conservation Project. It's a plan to safely store all Pokemon on the planet in a massive computer system, while humanity takes refuge in space. So we were in a PC. I can't be sure that such a thing is even possible. Being parted from our Pokemon would be terribly painful, but this may be the only way that people and Pokemon will be able to live together again someday. I was also asked to join a survey team after we moved to space, but I held off on responding. After humanity relocates, a small group will be sent back to the planet to survey the environment and do maintenance on the conservation system. But given my age, I don't know if I'll be able to be spry enough to be of much help. I think it's a task that's left to the young. So he's older. Oh, this is so cool. Okay, interesting. So this is the back of the museum. Wow, this is so incredible. I am so happy with like. Oh. Big cut. I think we need to literally grab this. That's a bean plant. I want the wheat plant. Oops. I think it's this one. Nope. They're all beans. No, there was wheat somewhere. Nope. thought there was wheat somewhere. There you go. There, that's right. Let's drop sticks. Okay. Oh, a switch. Look at that, and we can cook fresh water. Okay, I have fresh water. I can cook something with fresh water. Interesting. Okay. I'm carrying too much stuff. Building in the long run. Oh my god. Wait, I actually should go see because I really am excited to start like putting more effort into completing some of the worlds. Oh. Don't worry, I'll be back for you. Simple soup. I recovered PP. Yes! I can do more of the area. Powered up water gun. Let's go. When you power up water... Yes! Exactly what I needed before when I was spraying all over everywhere. Water gun. No, we needed that, Allie. Okay, I can still break this, right? Where am I is the question. Okay, I'm back at my railway. Curious. I'm thinking... Is this gonna be a stop on our railway? Okay, but we have to go back here for Rotom. We'll figure this out. We'll figure out the pathing. I'm feeling really lost. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's easy to get lost in this whole world. Like I have no idea where I'm at. I had no idea. Like I don't know the orientation. Oh wait, let's go upstairs. Let's see what's upstairs. I haven't even explored the museum. Oh, look at this stuff. Isn't it neat? Wouldn't you think my collection's complete? Wouldn't you think I'm a girl who has everything? I have a museum to myself, can't you see? Okay, I'm done. Iron door. It might just be better to break it. Got glass. Slam the door. You guys hear that? I accidentally fell out of the thing. I need to figure out my way back deeper into the museum. Is it this way? Okay, interesting. Okay, so it is this way. Maybe I could put a train track through here. Oh, it's literally already ready. Okay, so the train will definitely go through here. Yeah, I'm not gonna like reinvent the wheel. I just want to complete this railway and then build areas around it. I'm excited. We will have some lava habitats. Maybe we can add like hot springs to some of the lava areas. Okay, let's talk to Rotom. Ooh, yo. So cute. Ha! You scared, huh? Maybe I've gotten rusty. It's been a hot minute since I tried to scare you. I thought I heard some noises. Yeah, I was bumping some tunes. Who are you? Wait, you're not a human. You're a Ditto. Yo, that transformation is wild. I thought you were actually human. I could go into all sorts of machines and electronics, you know. This one is super cool. It plays music. I was waiting here all alone, hoping someone would come along, but no one ever did. Ever play music to keep the mood high and vibes right. Maybe he's Electric Fairy. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Electric Fairy. Or this Rotom. This Rotom entered a mini stereo system and was deeply moved by the synth pop girl. This is a fairy. Yeah, yeah. The experience gave this Pokemon an upbeat personality. Okay, so they're the last ones to pick. Well, I didn't have a radio. But hey, now that you're here, Ditto, how about listening to some hot tracks with me before you turn off? Hell yeah. You don't have time for that? Because all the humans in Pokemon disappeared? Oh, I was ready to party. But the Pokemon are slowly come back, you say? You're trying to make Newtown great vibes? Yeah. Oh, that's so cool, yo. I want to help out too. Guess I won't waste any more time just sitting around here. I'll see you again in a bit. Wait, what does he have to do? But let me go meet everyone else first. Okay. Yeah, come through. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put Rotom in that menu. So Rotom was playing music down there, huh? What a relief to know. That sounds scary. Oh yeah, go make friends with Rotom. He's great. Ray, I would. Whoa, somebody's here. Wait, who? Can I take a moment of your time? No. Look at him, rock and rolla. Oh, roly poly. Guys, I definitely know Pokemon. My friend, that is so cool. Spin more than usual. Spin. I spent too much time on sunny days, Roly-Poly will come out into grassy plains and roll around. Then it will eat the grass that gets tangled in its wheel like a leg. Let's go. Do we get Colossal there too? Can I have a moment here? You know what? Clement, let's do it. I know I brought you here from where I first met you, but I think you like it here better. Aw, let's go. Alright, Magmar, are you done with my, items? Carrying too much stuff. Okay, that's fine. You know what? I'm gonna make another thing here. For now. Just to put it down. Oh yeah, we're doing such good work down here, Magmar. Graveler still hasn't spawned, guys. What is going on? Charcadet is down here. Let's see if somebody else spawned at this lava pit, and then we're gonna go back to the beach. We're going back to the beach. I'm gonna still start carving out that way. Oh, well now I can break this. What is this? Nice and warm. Oh, wow. Look what I've done, everybody. I have Ruin the hot spring. Okay, so that's the hot spring. I'm once again lost. You know what? I'm gonna put some of that stone back because I'm not gonna lie. Oh man. Okay. Cave rock. That looks good to me. And then we'll put the black rock. Yeah. Okay, I don't mind this. Open that up a bit. And this will be a stop. And I think it should just go like this. It should be a stop. Right here. I have to think about where it is in relation. I guess it's here. Yes, him is right. Where is Graveler? Maybe we can make the whole frying set. The whole kitchen set. Like copper set. Carrying too much stuff, you say. Let's put all these things. All the ingredients. Oh, I can cook fresh water. Okay, good to know. Okay, good to know. Okay, good to know. Okay, good to know. What do I make in it? Fresh water. Okay. I guess we have to go home. Because nothing's spawning. Let's go back to our base. Even though that place needs some heavy work on it. Oh, it's so stressful thinking about it. But I have so much water to like move. I have so much water to move that it's hard to. It's hard to just settle on. What I need to be doing if I can't move water. And like what to move first because I want to start with the water area because I have that one in my mind. Rushing. I'm excited about this area. I like that it's gonna be like a construction site, you know, like we worked hard to excavate. Really a great place. We're gonna make this the little entrance to the. We're gonna make this the entrance to the hot spring. For sure. Do I have to? Okay, wait, kind of expands. Interesting. Okay, good to know. Good to know. I kind of like these little geysers. All right, and now we're on the other side where the lava is. That's so interesting. Okay, I'm learning. I'm learning. Yeah, we should go back and get the rainbow wings. Let's reorganize. Check on some other spawns. Alright, let's go to Wasteland. Vamos. We have a lot of ideas, but we need to move water first. We need to move water first. Like, where are my lovely flying Pokemon? I don't know where they are. Only Hoothoos spawned. Blastoise hasn't spawned at all today. Ugh. So devastated. I put all those other ingredients away. Hold on. Alright. What else can we put away? Lighting, right? And then here, what's that? It's building blocks, right? It's full. It can't hold anymore. That is so unfortunate. Make another one. Oh, oops, I pressed the wrong button. What was in there? Building? See what I can fit down here. Like, none of this fits in that one. What is this called? Glowing stone? Put it in somewhere dark to create a mystery. Okay, everything else is furniture. Pretty sure decorations are up here, yeah. But I think this is full. Oh, no, it's not. So yeah, I think everything else can fit in here. Oh wait, the glasses. Trace of a Pokemon. Oh my god, it's been so long. This environment has just been... Oh, Venusaur. That means it's coming. Venusaur is coming. I think what eventually I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put my house on the other side, and I'm gonna make this an expansion of the Pokemon Center. And growth, please, my dear. Are you in this field of flowers? Dang, Blastoise did not want to come see me today. Well, Haxorus has been working very hard at work. The flowers are so pretty and cute. I mean, I love the design. Like, I love the design of this environment, of this area. Like, I'm gonna make a huge ass treehouse. And now that we have railway tracks, I think I'm gonna make a little railroad. Something that's gonna travel through the town. I think that'll be cute. We can do that for all our areas. Hello? Like, put the railroad right here. And then it goes down. Right here. We can follow a waterfall or something, because this is going to be a waterfall somewhere over here. You know? I'm so excited. So I think I'm going to put my house over here eventually. Because it's just too crowded over there. And as much as I want my house right by the Pokemon Center, I don't think the Pokemon Center is that important to me. What do I have in my hands? Okay, I also have to go visit Ditto Island. I have my Arcanine doll here. Oh, hey guys. Don't mind me. Just working. Working and twerking. Oh, I have to grab those rainbow feathers. I want to go to the Arcanine. Let's put that back here. Honestly, we can put another doll up too. Oh, wrong way. Then these are ingredients. That's not an ingredient. Then everything else is... I think these are buildings. And then... there. I'm just gonna grab some berries. Your house, right. Okay, but look, friend, I actually figured out the house. Like, this is actually my house now. See, it says Christine's house. It's actually my home. But I think, you know, eventually I'm gonna move out. And I'm gonna make this like an extension of the Pokemon Center. Put Chansey in here, Happiny eventually, Combee, make it really naturey. And I'm gonna have the railroad sort of like follow this area, follow this path. I feel like the railroad following this path makes a lot of sense, you know? I do want to move these cave Pokemon, but I haven't figured out a good place for them. I think eventually up here, like in this cave, you know, we'll just have tracks running in there and just like stuff down there for them, but I want them all living out in the open. Alright, let's go to the island. First of all, let's make a mirror, because I look crazy. Who is this guy? Hey, Justine. I'm a little busy. I'm not gonna lie. Oh. I can't. Wait, why can't I craft a mirror? I thought I had the recipe for it. Do I really have to buy one every time? I really do, huh? whiteboard. That's cool. Okay. Yeah, let's go buy a mirror then, I guess. It's the shop. Only one. Oblong. I just wanted to change my appearance. I like this haircut. Ooh, nice. I like this fit a lot. Oh, we could also just do the top. Interesting. And then do different pants. Hell yeah. Have any other hats? Oh, it's just the super nerd glasses. I don't mind the super nerd glasses. Do you have any fun bags? I'll change the pants to... I like this. Heck yeah. Look at that. Alright, let's go to this island. All for Drifloon? Yup. Because Drifloon can literally be anywhere. Did you need me? I want to go to a dream island. Got it. Sure. Here's the place. Is the... Oh my god. Should we make... I don't even think I have my kitchen here. I only have a little bit of rock smash left. Wait. Look, I know everybody wants to talk to me. I know, you guys miss me so much, but I have to go eat some hamburger meat or whatever the fuck it's called. I have to use the bathroom again, guys. I've got shit to do. Yeah, it's time to build. Let's go get the kitchen set. Let's go talk to Piplup. Maybe we'll get our little whoop requests finally. I wish it was a little brighter around here. Guy, it's literally daylight out. Like, what do you mean? This humidity feels great. Why is there no electricity? Like, Mareep, that's your fault. Goodbye, everybody. Like, hello. You could have turned that on a long time ago, friend. I think eventually these electric guys need to be in the mountains, because there might not be a lot of ways to get electricity in the mountains. Leave it to me. I know, she's like, leave it to me. I'm like, girl, you're sitting right there. Where's Piplup? Piplup. You ready to tell me my next challenge? Otherwise, I have to go to this island. Let's go together. Oh, Hustine, perfect timing. Guys, it's time to move water. There's a place I want to show you. Come on, follow me. Vamos, vamos, Piplup. Let's go. Is it right here? This way. Okay, where? Where did he go? Guys, where did Piplup go? Guys, I don't know where Piplup went. Allie, please. I'm struggling. What is going on? Looks like a pretty nice home. Wait, who are you? You're joking. It's Primplup. Okay, but can you help me find Piplup? We haven't met, have we? Thanks for taking the time to come say hi to someone like me. It means a lot. Anyway, this spot here is pretty nice, don't you think? It's got water, I can tell. Yes. Allie, what the hell just happened? I don't even know where to find him. We got a Primplup. Let's go. Piplup, where did you go, buddy? See, the train could come through here. Let's make a waterfall. Okay, Piplup. Like, boy, where the hell were you? Here, why don't you shoot this pond? See, I was thinking we could build a waterfall here. I might have already done that. You see? Okay, I found him. I guess if you explain it a bit more, huh? So I was thinking first I slurp up a whole bunch of water from this pond, right? Then I go somewhere high up above the pond and spit it all out. Waterfall. Well, it should, but I can't store enough water. Is there any Pokemon who can? I know a Pokemon who's good at storing water. Lodzire. Oh. I already have Wooper. Well, you know, he wants me to make a waterfall, and look, I already made a waterfall. So, hey Wooper, just the guy I wanted to see. Can you be serious? I need you. Oh, I have to bring him. You know what? No, he's not even letting me interact with him. Running away. Can we... What was that? James, get it together, Pokemon. Like, why don't they want to talk to me? Ooh, traces of a Pokemon. Beep boop beep. Chansey resting area. Oh my god. I literally have to... Yeah, but that takes so long to build. It'll be done in over a day, I think. Let's go. Let me show you. Honestly, let's just buy a bunch of this crap. It'll give us free furniture. Party bunting? Iron bed recipe, let's go. Can I get a mirror recipe? Can we talk about a mirror? Oh, and there's a bunch of this stuff that I need to get. Like a furnace. Like, do I place it down now? I don't even know where I want to put this crap. I don't want to put it down just to have to pick it up and move it. I mean, I guess I'll have to. Whatever, they go in there. Okay. What did I come here for? Oh, grass. Little grass. Yes, I came here for a few things. I came here for the beans. And I came here for my kitchen set. It's somewhere in this mess. Kitchen table, not that. I just need the stove, to be honest. There you go. Cooking stove. And And we'll put that. In it. If I pick this up, how mad do you think Farfetch will get? Let's Oh, not mad at all. Lovely. I don't have, guys, I don't have cooking supplies. I don't have a frying pan. It's not good. Actually, let's just cook at my home. And build the kitchen. Oh, look, a mirror. Let's put this mirror here. So many mirrors. Pokemon around. It's kind of cold. You'll be fine. Let's go to Withered Wasteland. Let's go to the island first, then try to do this Ooper thing. Ooper thing. And while Drifloon's taking us to the island, we will go to the bathroom. Now let's make our frying pan. Why can't we make it? Oh, because we left our... Guys, we're a mess. We are a mess. Just to go back. You see how I never get to see these cave Pokemon? I want to be able to see these cave Pokemon. The stress of cozy games. Yeah, I just like lose all my materials everywhere. I'm just gonna take the frying pan off this fucking kitchen. I wanted to make one to have one in the other area. I have to make the Pokemon Center too. Let's see if Graveler spawned. Hey everybody! Oh look, he came out to play. Maybe he wants to live out here. Well, that's not gonna happen. You're going into the museum. That'll be the party area. Discotheque Museum. Graveler. Did you spawn? Graveler did not spawn. Okay. Well. What now? We could just... Wait, I can make railing. How come I didn't know this? How come I didn't know this? This. We're gonna make that railway, guys. We're gonna put it away. We can make 70. Period. Let's start doing this shit. And then let's go back. Boom. Kitchen time. Can you get up, girl? Get out of bed. We're gonna put this pot right up. We're gonna cook. No! It's not for you! Oh. Whew. I was like, I did all that just so you could eat my food? Hell no. Just like a pet. Right next to the bed. Look, Allie, we're struggling. Can't you see? Okay, but now I'm powered up, so now I can go. Let me make sure all my pockets are empty. Yes, Drifloon, please, so I can go use the bathroom. I want to go to Dream Island. Yep, that's perfectly fine. We're gonna get so much out of this. BRB while I use that. Okay, but this is an upgrade from some fencing. Not like, you know what I mean? At least I have some walls. Can we be proud of that? Can we just be proud of that? Period. Exactly. Okay, tons to break here. Tons to break. Tons to suck. Let's do perimeter first. All this beach. Honestly, gonna chop down all these trees. Oh. Hell yeah. I feel so powerful after cooking. Guys, we're so many materials, so little time. We're on the beach, right? It's about the journey out. You know what I mean? It's really about the journey. Yes. And we powered up water gun. Like, guys, we are too powerful. Who let us have all this power? Wow. Oh my god, we needed that like 100 years ago. Part of me wishes I had done the fucking that side of the map first. We didn't get nothing but electricity we couldn't even use. We should go fight Arceus. IDK. Honestly, let's go do it. Let's go do it. I don't know about you, but I'm going to fight Arceus. How you doing, Ryan? Did you get some food after work? Oh. Magic item. Let's see. A fossil. Let's go. Skull fossil. Is it really only those fossils? I hope all the fossils are in the game. Because, like, this is the origination of fossils. Like, Kabuto and Kabutops should definitely be in this game, right? Am I crazy? Like, yep. Ooh, cheesy breath. Ominous. Give me some. I want. Now. Imagine. Iron ore. I'm so powerful, guys. We did make our way into the center, even though I said I was gonna, like, look at all that loot out there. Going back. Putting in the chat right now, period. Period. Oh. And then break. Allie, don't laugh at me and my ADHD. Undiagnosed. Self-diagnosed, more like it. Oh, whoops. I pressed the wrong button. I got trigger happy, you know? It's a lot of stone. You're like, back into the middle. I just want to cut these trees down because we're gonna have to put these trees in, you know, other environments. Like, it only makes sense. Each of the environments has a mountain region. So strong with the look, dude. I feel so powerful. Oh. We're doing great work around the perimeter. I kind of want to just... I'm kind of overdoing the perimeter. Let's see how much of everything I've got. Only 30? That's not nearly as much as I thought. It felt like I've been doing this for a while. I think I'm just gonna head my way in. Oh wait, look. There's something over there. Maybe I'll just collect Stardust if I see it. Head in. Start mining the walls. Oh look, tons of veggies that I need to plant. Industrial bed. Look, veggies, veggies, veggies. Oops. Oops. Stealing fencing, you know, fencing goes a long way. I also want to steal all this stone because this stone, I don't have the stylish one. I don't think I have that recipe yet. Stealing, stealing, stealing. Look at that. All this stuff I can steal. This is the flooring I used in the cave, so I want more of it. So I can make it myself. Oh yeah? Alright. I thought there was something shiny over here. There was. Stardust, and then we'll go into the middle. And up the mountain we go. Music still so epic. Alright, let's grab some of this stuff. Ooh, we're getting so much stuff, guys. I like this black rock too. Like, I think Pewter City is gonna be full of this. Oh no! Oh no, I ran out of juice. Oh no, I ran out of juice. It's not good, guys. I got too hasty. That's all I could grab. Well, that's not nothing. I got some gold. Not bad. I got too hasty with it. Oh, it's a lava rock. A sprinkler. Let's explore. Spectator chair. Interesting. Oh, man. Okay, good to know. At least at this point, I need to bring more of the food. I don't have... Yeah, I don't have any... the berries. Yeah, the food's gone. I can't break that. Look at that. Can't break it. I can break this stuff. Habitat information. Oh my god. Let's turn this light on. Ooh. That it's giving Persian. Mark my words. You heard it here first. Another habitat. Simple bathroom. I was about to make one of these in the other habitat. I just need to get this Rupert challenge done. Sad I went through that so quickly. I should have known better. Can I go through here? I don't know where I'm at, but we're climbing. I think I'm just gonna go back down. And I think I can break this crystal without the food either. Alright, let's go. Oh! The Pokemon. Alright, let me go back up. However the fuck I came from here. I made it! I thought I got lost down there. Or I might have. Or I might have. Might have got stuck. Can I break this? Nope. I think I got stuck down here. Guys, this is not a drill. Actually, I'm always said. Yes. I got lost. I'm not gonna lie. I think we're done here if I can't break through this rock. That's gonna be tough. Let's just go. Oh, another Castform toy. Let's go! We did it! Alright, we didn't mine a lot. Now we can move on. Stretch. But now I forgot we had the railroad recipe. So we're gonna just work on railroad. I mean, until we get more Pokemon in their area. I'm gonna put a water wheel there too. I think Machoke is good at building, so maybe it'll get done quicker. But I have no water Pokemon there. Maybe Lotad? Lotad's great. Guys, hey everybody. I'm putting honey away. Well, now we get Cranidos, which I wouldn't mind putting Cranidos in other environment as... Actually, let's bring Shield on there too. Shield on Cranidos. We'll just keep fossils over there, right? I think that's the vibe. Let's get this exhibit table, whatever it's called, stand exhibition stand. If I can find it. And take all these fossils. Mysterious pedestal. Oh, here they are. They're slow, bro. Oh, photo app. It's them. Look at them. Like, this is all so cute, but no one fits here anymore. We're gonna figure this out. We're gonna figure this out as a team, right? Teamwork. Hell yeah. I have honey. I don't have honey in my hands. But let's grab some ingredients so we prepare to be there for a while. Fresh water, definitely fresh water. Let's do this and that. Oh, and the gravel. The gravel's so pretty too. I wish we had more gravel. Actually, all this should go over there. I mean, we could use alpine grass. This over there, this over there, this over there. I want to put this over there. I want them to be in the mountains. I think that's worth carrying over there. Oh, and this. Maybe some lights. Alright, let's do the Whooper challenge. And then we're gonna go back and see what we can do with the other place. I just want that water option ability. Whooper, where are you? Submit the small relic. Look at this. Relic. Praise this. Look at it. What is this? Show me what it is. It's a life orb. Oh, it's a decoration. Thank you. Oh my god, thank you. So helpful. Thank you so much. Nope, nothing else. Thank you so much. This was awesome. Thank you. Let's go over here. Let's see if. Oh. Tomatoes? Easy. See that crop field over there? I love how they know. Alright, well, come with me first. Oh, he doesn't even want to move. Guys, a lot of back and forth. Luckily, hey, go Whooper. Gotcha something. Nice, thanks. Guys, I learned how to do it. Let's go. That's all I needed. Now I'm unstoppable. When you're in liquid, press CR while holding Y. CR, Y. Does this really work? Alright, we should probably have you try it out. So first, jump in this muddy water and try to vacuum as much water as you can. Alright. Wait, anything. Oh. Guys. But did I do it? Guys, I don't know how to do it. Guys, it's not clocking to me. You gotta practice storing water inside your body. Yeah, tell me again. Jump in the water. Try to suck up as much as you can. You stored up a ton of muddy water. Okay, I did it, guys. I'm gonna put it here, yeah. Spit out. Oh, you did it. You made a muddy water pound. It's kind of yucky. Muddy water tastes pretty bitter, huh? Okay. My little belly, I know. But it doesn't always have to be muddy water. It could be ordinary water. You just water wherever you want. Alright, bet. But it's... Spit out. I don't want to spit it out. Oh, gulp. Ew, I swallowed it. Blech. I can't wait to build it. Yes, I can. Let's make that waterfall. Okay, suck a bunch in. Easy. Easy, now that I know what I'm doing. From a high place. So up there. Okay, bet. see. Right here? Is this high enough for you? I did it! I made a waterfall, guys! My first waterfall! You really are amazing. The sound of the waterfall you made is so relaxing. I think it's my new favorite nap spot. It's gonna be right here. Thanks so much. Oh my god, guys. Now I'm powerful. Now it's over. I am gonna be the most powerful man in the world. We're gonna make the best places ever for our Pokemon. I kind of live for this. I know it's a little murky over here. I'm gonna move them. This is not gonna be murky. I don't like this in the middle of my town. I'm gonna make them a little murky little island somewhere else. But for now, that's gonna be fine. But now that we can manipulate water, we can get back into making more of our places. You know what I mean? Like, I like this little irrigation. I might put a little Lotad here or something. Or somebody with harvesting skills, because waterfalls everywhere. Everywhere a waterfall. Oh, and with my new rock smash, I can break all these rocks that I couldn't break before. So I'll be able to make this a more like a better tunnel. You know what I mean? Guys, we are moving on up in the world. Prinplup, hey Prinplup, I want you to move closer to everybody. Actually, maybe I'll move Piplup over here. Okay, I can't get distracted. I'm on a mission. Let's go back to Withered Wasteland. Let's make that waterfall finally. And get some power flowing. And I have tons of ideas for that area. I think what I'm gonna do is make it like a water environment. Swampy in some places, water, fresh water in other places. That's gonna be the vibes methinks. And because Blastoise chose us. Blastoise is our first fully evolved Pokemon that we found here. Okay, up there. Alright, let's go Suckin. Let's go with Suckin. And we've been wanting to do this for a while. I want it coming from here actually. I want it to... Look at that. I'm okay with this. I am okay with this. It's cute. It doesn't extend all the way, but now we can literally scoop up water from here and put it in here. Look, and now it's all through here. There's another water wheel. Okay, period. Easy. Because now we just grab this. And it doesn't go anywhere. Oh, that's not true. I lied. I still have more in my mouth. Oh, another waterfall maybe. Right here. I don't care if it's a little wet. Actually, I do care. I do care. I care a lot. Maybe I have too much water. I'm too powerful. I'm too powerful. I don't know what to do with it. Where do I put it? Where do I put it? Oh, right here. I guess I could have drank it. Oh, this is so cool. Oh my gosh, guys. This is actually all I ever wanted, was this waterfall. Look at this. What we have to do though is maybe make this a bit deeper. Swallow more of the water. Oh, I died. He immediately, oh, very on brand, right? It's very on brand. I think I just need to break all this. We've contained it. We have contained the water. We have contained it. The water. We have contained it. But this waterfall is hella cute. I'm taking this out. Ooh, a fresh carrot. Yum. I'm here for it. How come it's not extending down this way? They prioritized not making a fake ass. You know what? What game? Ah, yes. Oh fuck. We should be used to this by now. Okay, but like, tell me how cute this is. There we go. Okay. We got everything working. I'm here for this. I'm here for this. I'm here for... I kind of want this waterfall to be huge. So let's cascade this mofo. I did it. We finally got water, guys. Let's cascade this mofo. Oh, carrot. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Actually, I wonder if I bring it up. Hold on, let's go back. Let's go up here. Oh. You know, like going around the whole thing and going up. I mean, right now I don't have the ability to fly, but if I did, maybe that would be easier. You did it, I know. The cackle that escaped me. Ali, this game stresses me out. I don't know what to tell you. LB, welcome in. Wow. Too long. How are you? We're making a waterfall. Just carrying some water in my mouth as I bring it over to this location. Like, guys, this is also a bridge, you know what I mean? Like, this is a door to another environment. Okay, where's the waterfall? Is it right above me? Or right below me? Right there, okay. Tabby while at work, thank you for being here. Thanks for the tab. It's been too long. I hope you get to catch up soon. Kinda high up, guys. I'm a little scared. Not gonna lie. Wicked Witch. Alright. Alright, let's start the water from right here. Guys, we have too big of a waterfall, but look, that's exactly what we want. Guys, I'm drowning. Guys. Panic. That's exactly what we wanted, though. Allie's just watching me panic. This is when I can destroy this. Guys, I drowned. It's so pretty. Okay, good. See, the panic is worth it when it's pretty. I just want to contain it on this side, so I guess I should make something deeper. Like, this needs to be deeper. Too deep. I saved myself, guys. All these pieces going out. Nothing's working. The water. Oh, they're easy fix. I was panicking for nothing. Oh, I'm hungry now. You don't say. Can I eat the leaf? Nope. I only have a carrot to eat. Let's fill these spots, huh? It looks incredible, guys. I love this little alcove. It actually worked perfectly. I think everything's turning out. It's too fucking hot to be fried. Ooh, but you're frying tacos. Like, think about how amazing that is. Welcome back, Ronnie. Okay, see. Oh, what are these? Wooden siding panel. Can I build that? Because that's what I was trying to put down there in my little thing. I think I can. Alright. Guys. We said ice cream. Literally, Ronnie. Did you get your ice cream at least? Green! Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Look, guys, I made a waterfall. I made a waterfall. I made a waterfall. I can move water, guys. I have ice cream. Oh, can you give me some ice cream? I'm here for this. Mira que pretty. Look at that. I kind of ate. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of ate. I'm so excited. 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 Okay, I'm just happy to be here, low-key. Oh, this is gonna be so cool. And now that I have, and he definitely didn't. I didn't. Not once. Right, Allie? Allie was here the whole time. She'll tell you. I didn't panic at all. What the hell is this? Guys, I found a hidden temple. Something is... Guys? Guys? What is this? I can still chop metal. That's it. Okay, what's this? Hacker's Confessions number 3. If a disaster of that scale had really happened, surely it would have received full protection. With that thought, I remembered a foundation active in that region. They were known for their passion for Pokemon conservation efforts. I had even donated to them. I thought that an organization of that scale might be able to influence media so that no news of the disaster leaked outside of the region. I spent countless days infiltrating the Foundation servers, looking into any data I could lay my hands on. And sure enough, it gradually became clear that they were involved. I finally fell asleep after repeated all-nighters. When I woke up, I was surrounded by members of the Foundation. Holy shit. What? This hacker got kidnapped and was trying to stop them? Okay, but where am I? Team R Grunts Journal number 8. Account suspended due to policy violations. The owner of this account was found to belong to the criminal organization calling themselves Team R, which has been causing trouble across the region. Green with the gifted! To Maria! Thank you so much, Green. Let's go! The entire organization, including its boss, has been apprehended by the international police. We hope that this... Give me my ditto. Yeah, get your ditto. We hope that this news will allow other users to continue using our platform. Yeah, but is Team Rocket really that bad if they're trying to stop this thing from happening? This looks like an archive or something. What is this? Gold wall? This dazzling as Gotengo. Train tracks! Guys. Train tracks. Wait, what is this? I can't break that. I have to eat. Guys, wait. I'm learning so much. It's so cute. We love Ditto. W badge. Okay, I found train tracks. Where does this... I'm back in my home. Wait. Guys, that was crazy. That was crazy. That was crazy. I've been wondering where that led the whole time. Okay, let's go put our unknown pieces there. We have unknown pieces. Charmander! Hey, Charmander, buddy. You're gonna live up in the mountains. We're gonna move you soon. I want to organize this. Squishy! Happy Monday! Oh my god, Squishy, do you want to take a look around? How are you? I was tabbed up in your stream earlier. How are you doing today? Oh, I want us to take a lot of this home with me. So we're back to that other place. My home. I just learned how to make it. How organized you are. Dude, it's so hard. This is my house for now. All the Pokemon are not spawning because I think there's just too many Pokemon inhabiting this area. So we've officially unlocked a lot of powers. Look at them all congregated right here. We've unlocked a few powers, so now we're gonna maybe spend some time on other streets expanding our neighborhoods. Doesn't it look so good? Yeah. I'm so happy about it. I'm so happy how it looks. Oh, let me show you what we just did. We got chocolate chip ice cream green. Yum. Just made this waterfall that when you walk over here, look at that. We just made this waterfall because we had the power to. We made 2 waterfalls actually, and I'm happy about it. I've never been happier. We did have to destroy this earth a little bit, but it is what it is. Here, we'll make this a proper cliff. I might want to build out some more ledges like this to have some more cliffs and overhangs. Maybe add some over there. Looks amazing. I'm jealous. Dude, it doesn't look anything good, but I'm happy with what we're getting. I'm happy to have all these manipulating powers, so I can manipulate structures more. We also unlocked hot springs. Oh, I went over here for the unknown pieces. Sorry, I was showing Squishy around. Yeah, and I think eventually we're gonna move our house, but I think it's fine here for now. I think they're in here. I don't remember where I put the others. I have 2 other pieces, but let's put this one in. I think they're in my beach house. Got you, cutie. Oh my god. This game is so addicting. I was playing, the next thing you know, it's 2:30. Dude, I don't even want to talk about it. Next thing you know, it's like so late. Does our backpack get bigger? As you... Okay, mysterious lake since I'm going to be burning down. Doesn't even see it's... Okay, yeah. But I've already been fine. So. I saw this in a video, so I know that it goes right up there. There. Yay! First piece on. I have 2 other pieces. Backpacks get bigger as you explore more realms. There's something sparkly in here. So as you increase your biome and stuff, that's what those are for. Yeah, I just discovered that. Oh, it's in the water. So the unknown thing is right underneath here. Ah. I'm curious about maybe expanding the cave. Because what if I just expanded the cave, I took this waterfall out, right? Because it just goes to the other side, right? And then I can just make this a cave. And then I can just make this a big excavation site. Cave from the cave Pokemon. I don't know. I like the idea of this being a little plaza. So never mind. Last thing is let's get honey. Let's bring Shieldon over to the other place. Honey is in here. I kind of want to bring other food items. berry, some stuff to grow. Oh, we have all these fruit. Wait, we should bring all these trees. And this and that. And bring a bunch of seeds. And let's just go to the other location. Let's get shield on. Shield on, baby. Shield on, baby. Do I have my fossil on me? Shield on, baby. Let's go. We're moving. He just fell from the sky. Follow me. Taking all this stuff. Let's go. To the cave. Yeah. Two lepa berries. Come on, shield on. We're on our way. Anybody in here to say hi to? Just remain. Let's go, shield on. Let's go. All right, let's see if Graveler is here. Okay. Boing, boing. So Squishy, there's tons of spoilers if you haven't made it this far. But if you've been playing since 2:30 till 2:30 in the morning, you definitely have made it this far. You're called Rotom? Is that right, Pumpkin? Goodness. Heard you all want to make a totally poppin' town here. Hell yeah. You're gonna help us out too? What a sweetie you are. Thank you. Could you please share your idea with us? There's only one way to make it happen, yo. We gotta have a party. A party? What exactly are you thinking of? Oh, a party sounds lovely. This brings back so many fond memories. Yeah, a party. With hype music and singing and dancing and eating good food, yo. Ah, right. Yes, a party. Yes, of course. Let's have a party! I have balloons. Oh, I forgot to bring my rainbow wings too. So we're gonna have a party, guys. The museum is behind all this stuff. All this ash. So I think I want to get rid of this ash. I can't wait. Oh yeah. I'm looking forward to it. Okay, nice. I need something. A party cooking pot. This place like okay. Okay, so they want me to do it here. Interesting. Okay, let's see if Graveler spawn. Let me put shield on down. Wait, shield on. Put shield on down and yep, we're getting some more spawns. That's good. Here, shield on. You can live back here. I did it. Now we're gonna get Cranidos. Heck yeah. Hey, shield on. Wanna move in here? The armor fossil display. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're gonna like it better here too. Alright, the champ, probably. Heck yeah, Machamp, let's go. Triceps, biceps, pecs, delts, and don't forget my lats and my traps. Oh yeah, my muscles are looking shredded today. Hey, whoa, have you been there this whole time? Heck yeah, bud, let's train together. Oh my god, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. Not the clip, please. Oh, Magmar must be finished. Did you bring it to me? Oh, there it is. I want to put a well. I want to put a well here. Or a water wheel, or whatever it's called. Not a well, water wheel. I think this is going to be the perfect spot for it. The environment level increased. It was just so funny. I'm sorry. Like, Machamp, be so for real. Dude. We're level 4! Okay, well, in context, everything's like level 7 and 8, so being level 4 is crazy. Making some good progress. Party cups, inflatable boat, fairy lamp. Wow, we just got a lot. Standing mic speaker. Okay, so party area. I guess it's not the museum, guys. I guess that's not the party area. I'm not gonna do the party until I break all this down. I'm not gonna lie. I want all this gone. I want to take the museum all the way out. But the museum's back here. Like, I'm just gonna do this. We should start from the top down. That's the easiest way. We learned the hard way breaking down all those houses. Don't tell me there's so much more under this. No way, right? Museum was massive. How far underground were we, do you think? Green, how's your day? How's your stream? How was your weekend? Talk to me. How have you been? I'm gonna break all this shit down. It's the last thing I do. This is all volcanic ash. Dang, we really went in. Yes, green with the gifted. Maria, look at your new sub badge and new emotes. Doing good. Weekend was hella fun. Yes. I liked it. Okay, cool. I think a lot of people weren't happy with it, so it's good to know that some people did like it. I'm excited for the new Scary Movie. Go. Of course, kitties love you. Glad you had a good weekend, Green. I'm guessing you feel better too, huh? Because you were not feeling well. Dude, Scary Movie's gonna be so fun. I'm just gonna clear the volcanic ash, I think. Hungry. You had a huge hangover on Sunday? Oh no. But I bet you had a good time on Saturday, huh? As long as you had a good time, you know? The hangover sometimes is worth it. All the memes we did. Okay, see, that's incredible. I'm gonna get rid of all this. It's the last thing I do. I just want to see how it is with the black rock around. Because I think having like the black rock makes more sense than having ash still on it, especially if we're doing it. Black rock is a little bit more permanent. It's harder to see, like it's all on. Maybe I'm being too. Well, I'm getting. My mission that I'm choosing to accept. Because look at how far this extends. It extends so far back. All of this is under ash. Maybe I'll start from here. Pixar ramen place? Oh. Discord? I'm gonna have to go look at this picture. Dude, I'm so bad at Discord. I'm sorry if you're ever looking for me on Discord and I'm never there. Can I break this stuff? It wasn't letting me break this, I don't think. Why can't I break this yet? Because part of me thinks they're gonna break it for me. They're gonna break it for me. Yeah, maybe they break that top part for me. Maybe the museum does get exposed. Maybe we should complete it. Maybe we shouldn't be hasty. They're not letting me break that stuff. No, the game can't be that restrictive. I want the museum out. I want it to be out of the ash. Oh, lava. Found lava. Oh, this is the volcano. Yeah, I wouldn't even mind if it was the volcano. That's so cool. I can't break this. Okay, this is gonna erupt, guys. I'm calling it. This is gonna erupt and lava's gonna flow on the outside. I'm calling it after we start the party. It's gonna make the volcano erupt. Mark my words. 6:45 p.m. on Monday, Justin said. Lava. Yeah, dude, this place is incredible. You wanna see? We made a little train. Did you get to see it earlier when you came in? We're gonna make each map have their own train. Because we have railroads. Oh yeah, I did. There's lava further down on the train. I stayed for that. Okay, back. Here, I'll show you the lava right now. There's a volcano. So the working theory is that a volcano erupted in Kanto, in Pewter City. Probably Mount Moon. Metal drums. Okay. Probably Mount Moon erupted. That way to the museum. This way. Here, we'll take our little car. Whee, whee. We're making a little subway, and each of these is gonna have a stop. So this is gonna be the hot spring stop. You come into the hot spring. We're gonna move that stop, and then this is gonna be the working stop. So I think this is where we're gonna have people like working on stuff like this, going hard in the paint. There's the lava green. Do you see the lava? So this is where we're gonna find all our other fire types, like Slugma and Macargo. Oh! That's too hot, Justin. You can't just be jumping down like that. We have this. I think we're just gonna expand this. Oh! I keep falling, guys. And we have a lot to uncover. Like, there's so much to explore here. But look, now we're at the museum. Now we're at the museum, guys. Wait, are we learning? Are we learning? Guys, I'm... Look! Okay, the museum has an opening. Wait, where does that opening lead? Can I get up there? I forgot to bring homeboy, a rainbow wing. Wait, let's go up there. In here? A DJ booth? Wait! A radio station! cool. Let's steal this. It has an opening. Comfy Living Volume 866. Those are fucking cute, aren't they? More and more people are finding themselves low on sleep recently due to the rapid and unexpected changes in their environment. This issue will offer some ideas that can help get your sleep back on track, including information on aromatherapy and hot baths. Better sleep at night starts with a more relaxing day. Let's take this microphone. I'm gonna take all this shit. I'm gonna take stealing. Oh, look at these couches. So good. Steal, steal, steal. Don't mind me just looting. Oh, look. Should we steal all these stereos? Wait. Look, that's so cute. Look at this. It's so cute. Let's steal it. Like, this is a cute little bookshelf. Hey, why can't I... Do I have to break it? Wait, it was a secret bookshelf. Hold on. Let's get our carrot. Oh! Team R Grunts, journal number 5. So I went ahead and got some prizes ready. I went with gym badges. People are crazy about those things, you know? These are fake ones, though. Now, I just gotta get some nice little Pokemon trainers to come work for free. But that's got me kind of stumped. All the trainers I try to talk to in this town just look at me like I'm suspicious and ignore everything I say. I don't know if my handiwork was no good, or if I just have to have a face that only a mother could trust. But I gotta say, this whole thing's got me feeling kind of down. I even have to report to the boss and tell him that the mission wasn't going well. I just didn't have a choice. The boss didn't get mad, gave me a pep talk, and even let me in on some ultra top secret intel about the warehouse. Oh, okay. So was this a hideout? Be honest. Okay, how do I get up there? Alright, we're at the top. Okay, we were already up here once. Yep, I remember all this. We're gonna steal this. Stealing! Model planet. Steal, steal, steal. Look at all this fun stuff. Okay, we're so close to the top. Can I steal it? Starry Sky Wall. Okay. But how do I get up there? This looks like a way up. Alright, we're almost up. Almost up. I just want to know where this is in relation to everything that I've been finding. Big hole. You're never gonna fit that big old head in that tiny little hole. Under a bunch of shit. Okay, so it's not gonna be as easy as I thought. And that's how you do it. Where am I? Okay, that's the museum. Copy. Really high up, guys. Hey, Omar, welcome in. Yes, with the check-in, let's go. How are you? We're about to wrap up here so I can go eat dinner. thought I was gonna play DVD, but I ended up playing 5 hours of Pokopia on stream. Okay, so it's way further than I thought. Holy shit, it's far away. Look, this is the entrance. Look at how far it was. Okay, but this breaks. So I guess we'll just have to complete the story. I got my Ditto. Dude, I'm glad we didn't either. We've been having so much fun. We've achieved so much in these 5 hours. Also, I played this game for longer than 5 hours. That's all I'm gonna play on stream, but please know. More will be played. Where's soil? Oh, it's because this is... Duh, I was like, where did it go? Hello? I've stolen so much, dude. Okay, so I think the biggest thing is... Okay, so... Oh, I know where I'm at. Okay, I know exactly where I'm at. Okay. Okay. I'm not mad at this. But maybe the railroad can come outside from in there. Because the railroad goes through the lava anyway. Oh, I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. Figure out a good pathing. Oh. That was scary, guys. Like, I'm a thief. Whee! Ow. Look at them talking. He's like, hey, bro. I'm so strong, bro. Hey, bro. Like, ew, gross. I guess we could have cleared out some ash. Cranidos is here. Hey, Cranidos. Yo, would you happen to know of any big sturdy trees around here? I want to practice my headbutt. Oh, I shouldn't go knocking down trees all willy-nilly? Yo, okay. You're doing some environmental reform, and that's all for the Pokemon here? So in other words, that's like super amazing. LOL. The dialogue is so funny. Hell yeah, crush. Okay, so you can make me paint. Alright, Cranidos, I hope you like your place. We're gonna have a good time. Those are wooden posts. I guess I don't have the recipe for that. Not yet anyway. Yes, stealing is good. Stealing is so good. So good, so good, so good. Yeah, I agree. You better incriminate him. Alright. So we have a lot of farming here, so there's definitely gonna be some farming happening. I think of some grass Pokemon. I mean, continue our railway. Let's go get our railroad from the exactly. All right, we're gonna continue our little subway. Omar, come look, come look. Hold on. I'm gonna show Omar the subway. Wait, do I have my little cart here? No, the cart is still on the inside. No, Omar, look away until I grab my cart. Hold on. Actually, you know what? Who needs to get that cart when I can make my own? This is gonna be the subway entrance. I'm convinced. And it's just gonna do a little loop here and then loop around the whole map. Oh my god, that's it. Incredible. Here, let's make another cart. So we can have multiple carts. Yo, Ditto, hey. I'm not gonna lie, Machoke. I'm on a mission. I have to show my cart. Anxiety, look! Choo choo! And there's my first cart. I think there's gonna be 2 carts on every single train I make. Let's continue these tracks. Anxiety, how are you? Minecart! Dude, minecart's so exciting. I'm so excited to have railroads because honestly, this is going to be such a fun way to get around the map. And when people come visit, I want there to be a fun way to do it. Are you making a subway station? I am. So I'm making like a subway station and then I'm going to like have it. Each map will have its own subway that wraps around. So this is obviously the volcano area, so I kind of have to extend it here. But we're gonna have fun with it. I'm just gonna loop it real quick. Hey, Ali. We are living vicariously. Exactly. Yeah. This is so that you guys don't waste your own money. I've already done it myself. Anxiety, how are you today? Are you streaming? Streaming earlier? Were you streaming fast? To be honest. Excuse me. Going around and completing this train. I did a short stream? Ah, that's what it was. Did you enjoy yourself? You're drained? Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope not drained in a bad way. I hope drained in the best way. You feel satisfied, but you're also drained. We're about to end here in a second, but I'm happy all my friends are here. We did so much today. But with Pokemon. Okay, see, that's what I've been saying. People are like Animal Crossing, and I'm like, but hear me out. Minecraft? Wait, hear me out? Minecraft. Charcadet! Look at this little guy! He's the best. Let's see if I can do this. Let's see if I can do that. I can't do that. I can't. I can't do it. I can't do it. Why? Why can't I do it? Can I do it this way? I can't do it. Why can't I do it? Oh, whoops. It feels more like Minecraft. It honestly does. Like, this is not Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing was not this deep. I feel like I'm working hella. Also, I've never played Minecraft, so all this... Look, you don't gotta sell me anymore. Please stop. Look. Here's my thought. If you're a type of family that likes to game together, like a little Mario Kart, a little Super Smash Bros, a little Mario Party, which two might be a good investment, you know, because it's just enhancing gaming with your family. Oh, I was so close to wrapping around. So close. Can I make more? Do I have ingots? I didn't pick up the ingots from the... I didn't pick them up from the... I didn't pick them up. I'm not gonna do it, girl. I'm just thinking about it. I'm not gonna do it. I did it. No, literally. Literally, that's what it's giving. Okay. We're gonna go up. We're gonna make these things. Because the museum is back here. Like, the museum is back that way. if we get this whole train system? Oops. Look at them interacting. That's so cute. Adorable. Obsessed.
It's me,
Jessica!
Jessica. I'm in here.
I think I made the max railroads I could. Yo, Ditto, hey. Yes, we choke. Thanks. Oh. Weeds. Wow. Tell me all the weeds. Let's go back in this way and get our ingots. And then we'll finish the railroad, and that'll be the end of stream. I've been streaming for 5 hours. Okay, Machamp, there are children in this house. Let's grab these. Oh, it's only 3. LOL. This is gonna take us pretty far. Hell yeah, look at this. Oh my gosh. We repaired it. Oh yeah. Wow, we are making some. So we'll have to do some sort of pathing. Road crossing. How may I help you? Oh. It's an iron ingot, guys. Nah. Alright, let's just go back. Do we have stone ore? Alright, I guess we can put stone ore in there. Iron ore is what go back. Oh, Magmar, just the man I wanted to see. I have some work for you to do. Hey, you, come here. Follow me. I want you to do what you gotta do. Put some work into this. Thank you, sir. Bye. Alright, well. Oh, they connect! They connect to one another. Interesting. Well, that defeats the purpose of having two. Alright, well, there we go. Thank you guys for being here today. Thanks everybody for hanging out with me. We are gonna have made some progress on this by Friday, but this is a good place to end. Look at how nice and serene the night sky looks. 7 p.m. Thank you all for being here. Who are we gonna rate today? Let's see. Ooh, Petrie. We can raid Petrie. Sound like a good idea. No one else is playing Pokepia. Ryan's on. We've been raiding Ryan a bunch too. Maybe Petrie. Petrie's doing a surprise stream anyway. Let's go raid Petrie. Sounds like a good plan. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate everybody coming and hanging out with me today. Today was damn. I always come at the end. I know. I stream during the day a lot. Like today, I had no work, so I just started a bit early. No, don't ever apologize for being late. I apologize for not being able to stream longer. I'm so tired. But I had the best time with you guys. Copy your raid message. Petrie's playing DBD. Let's go hang out with them. I will be raiding and running because your boy is hungry. But I'm probably gonna be doing some work on this off stream. So Friday will look very different than today. But I hope in a good way. I'll try not to progress in the story too much. I'll try to focus on rebuilding some places now that I can do that a little bit more successfully. Oh my god, guys, look at Machoke in the background. I can't make this up. Guys. Anyway, we're gonna raid out. Bye, you guys.